Mic check, audio check. Welcome in, everybody. Greetings. Let me get situated here. Draconics, welcome in. Raised, welcome in. To all the other early bird lurkers, hello. Thanks, bro. Gad, welcome in. How are you? Thank y'all for the redeems. Always love to see my stupid little videos that I love, and in some cases made. Let's bring this music down. There we go. We love that early bird lurk time. It's true. It's true. The early bird lurkers are probably the most important type of lurkers, in my opinion. The next most important type of lurker is definitely the raid lurker. And I guess there's two types of raid lurkers. Because you have the lurkers who lurk in your stream and stick around for your raid to go into the next stream, which that's a very important person. But also there's the raid lurker who enters your stream via raid and chooses to stay and lurk. Which is also very important. Even if they, like, don't mean to stay, which happens a lot with the raid-in lurker. You know, people, like, fall asleep with streams on, or they walk away from their computer and get raided into a new stream, you know, when they wake up or when they come back or whatever. But we appreciate the heck out of those people. I think I would rank them... I guess I would rank them third. Behind the raid out lurker in second. because that person's making an active, probably more likely to be making an active effort, I should say. It's possible they just fell asleep in your stream and they're getting washed away with the tide, but more likely that they're making a concerted effort. And then I still think number one is the early bird lurker, because when you, like, inevitably, when you click the start streaming button, there's no one there yet. No matter how popular you are, how big your stream is or whatever, like, when you first click the button, there's nobody there, and people have to, you know, come in. I mean, I guess you can technically, like, sit in somebody's chat, and you're, like, immediately there when they click go live or whatever. If you didn't know, you can actually open up someone's stream chat at any time when they're not live. It's kind of bizarre. Like, you could use it like an IRC, like an old school IRC. You could, like, choose to meet other people at, like, an appointed time in some random streamer's chat, and you'd be able to go in there and talk to each other. They're just sitting there all the time. So sometimes people will, like, lobby in someone's chat. Jackie's community does it a lot. Where people will, like, hang out in the chat on the Twitch page before she goes live, because they know she's going to go live soon. Yeah, and sometimes bot commands will work when people are offline. None of mine would work. Well, I guess some of them would work. But very, very few of them. The moobot commands would work, which are just the 2 puppy commands. So if you ever needed to check Nima or Gobi's age when I'm not online, you can do that by going into the Backlog Boys chat and typing !Gobi or Nima. If you really needed that information immediately, you could do so. But none of the stuff that runs off of Firebot would work. You do that every once in a while, as your other good pal used to have a channel point redeem for first. Yeah, a lot of streamers have a first redeem. And I'm sure there's a lot of streams that I hang out in that have a first redeem, and the same people always get the first redeem. Like, a lot of or it's, you know, it's like the same couple of people every time. So those people are definitely just, like, hanging out in there with, like, their cursor hovering over it because they really like getting it. Either because they, you know, get some kind of serotonin boost from it, or they like that the streamer calls it out. I don't know. Sometimes I land in B's stream right when she goes live, and I'll grab the first redeem if it's available, but it's not a big deal. Or sometimes I'll walk into B's stream like an hour after she goes live, and nobody claimed first, and I'll, like, jokingly claim it as I arrive, which is really funny. But yeah, I guess if you're the streamer that has the first redeem and it causes your community to, like, fight over it, and you have people clamoring to get into chat right when you go live so that they can try to snipe it, then that's, like, probably the best outcome you could hope for. Because that's, you know, there's no way to, like, there's no specific way to court that early stream, you know, starting soon screen arrival. You know, you could do marbles, you can do a first redeem, you could have some type of video or whatever. But those people that show up early are very, very important. Let's swap over to the screen. I'm doing a lot of yapping here. We might as well just switch over. So let's do that really quick. Welcome in, everybody. Happy Friday to those who celebrate. That's how you discovered it was a thing? Okay, sure. Welcome in. It is cloudy with a chance of caffeine today, and perfect staying in and gaming weather for my taste. There is a spot on my glasses that I did not get, and I gotta try to get it. It's one of those ones where it makes you think that there's something in your eyelash. I don't know if you guys experience that. Glasses and eyelash havers. I have like long-ish eyelashes, and so things get stuck in them sometime. My little eye mustaches.
Let's get
we're getting wide. Stretch it out, folks. Let's get horizontal. Well, that's a little presumptuous. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Focus on your x-axis, chat, and know that if your aspect ratio is not feeling quite right, that at some point it will return to equilibrium. The wide glasses, that's right. Broken Quest, thank you for wide. Also, welcome in. Nice to see you. Happy Friday. Let's see. Where do we start today? I was just talking about how it's good gaming weather. It's cloudy outside. It's not rainy. It's just cloudy. It's just kind of cloudy and soft outside. I'm not a fan of rainy weather or gray weather, really. Some people, that's really like their vibe. It's not my vibe. But I do enjoy it when it's novel. So like, most of the time I want blue sky, sunny, all the time, warm. Like, if it was like that every day, I would be just fine. But every once in a while, like a cloudy day, or a rainy day, or a chilly day, or a cool day, you know, whatever, I like that. I just don't want that for long stretches of time, you know? And luckily, I'm in the right place for my preferences. And I'm sure that the reason why I have these preferences is because it's what I grew up with. But definitely was further solidified by moving somewhere that didn't have that type of pattern, and me realizing, oh, well, this has a huge effect on me, and the easiest way for me to fix this is to just go somewhere where it's closer to what I prefer, instead of trying to just adjust myself, deprogram 18 years of programming for some stuff that's almost impossible. All right, we have reached the slurp stage. Let me mute really quick. There we go. I decided to start with a coffee today before matcha, but it's still Matcha Friday. Don't worry. That's what's in the green steel here. We're just getting started. What else do we need to chat about? Oh, two very important things. Number one, today is the last day to vote in the Tuesday poll. It seems pretty well decided, but anything could happen. Today is your last day to change your vote, unvote, multi-vote, whatever you want to do in that Discord poll. It's got to happen by the end of stream today, just before we raid out. I will call it, and I will announce what the new Tuesday game is going to be. It looks like it's going to be the Plucky Squire. If you're hoping for Pokemon or Batman, you've got some work to do today. You're going to need to do some campaigning and some brigadiering and some electioneering to make that happen. But you do have the Discord despot on your side. He's in the chat, by the way. Holy gad. I wish there was a way I could give a temporary Twitch badge to the Discord despot. Like, Gad's a VIP because he's a VIP, but I couldn't just give VIP to the Discord despot because you wouldn't know how to differentiate them from other people who are VIP. And also, everybody does VIP differently. Like, I give VIP to people who I have met in real life, and they are my friends. That's how I choose to do VIP, for the most part. There are a few exceptions. There's a couple people that I've given VIP to that I have not met in real life, but I still consider them friends. And I think you can actually... I think you can upload a custom VIP badge, but I don't remember. Maybe you can't. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Maybe it's a custom founder badge. I don't think I've ever been on a channel that had a custom VIP badge or founder badge, though. So either you can't or nobody wants to do it. The other important announcement is that this is not the last stream of the week. I will be back on Sunday afternoon with the lady, and we're gonna continue where we last left off with Grim Fandango. I believe this is gonna be like our 7th stream of Grim Fandango or something like that. The last time we played it was just after Thanksgiving, like November 30th, I want to say, was the last Sunday stream that we had. So we're gonna get reacquainted with where we're at and what we're working on. We had kind of a cavalcade of getting stuck back to back to back last time we played the game, and we got really frustrated and just looked up a bunch of stuff. Like we gave in and looked something up, and then moved forward, and then immediately like looked something else up, and we're kind of at this point with the game where like the most fun part of the game is like looking at it and experiencing it and like making progress. Well above, you know, head and shoulders above figuring out some of the puzzle solutions. Like there's been plenty of puzzles in the game where it was just self-evident and we immediately figured it out and we moved forward on our own volition. And there's been a couple where we had to test some things and kick some solutions around, and then we eventually found it. But most of the quote-unquote difficult puzzles in the game have not been fun to get through, either because the way that we're supposed to implement the solution was too obtuse, so we didn't find it despite understanding what we needed to do, or it was just so obtuse that we never would have found it in a million years. So there's been a heavy mix of both of those latter two categories, which is, you know, it's unfortunate. I like to figure stuff out, but banging my head against the wall, or our heads against the wall, I should say, in that playthrough hasn't been satisfying. So all that to say, you can definitely expect us to make progress on Sunday, because we're basically not going to allow ourselves to get stuck anymore. I don't want to say that we're not enjoying the game and that we're like sick of it and we want it to be over, but we want ourselves to continue to make progress in the game. So we've kind of like agreed that like if we get stuck, unless we like immediately have a couple ideas that we really want to try out, we're just gonna look it up. We're just gonna use a guide for the game. And we have been talking about what our next like group of 3 point and click games will be that will go on a poll for y'all to choose from. I haven't solidified what those 3 are yet. I can't announce them to you yet. I can tell you for sure that one of them will definitely be Locomotive. Locomotive will definitely be on the poll. As for the other 2 games, we're still figuring that out. Yeah, I don't usually game with guides. I used to a long time ago. Zine, welcome in. Halo Killer, welcome in. I actually gamed exclusively with guides for a long time. I had a quite the pivot in my 20s. In like my late teen years, I got into emulation. So I was, you know, downloading ROMs and playing all kinds of games on my laptop with my keyboard. No controllers. I did later buy USB controller adapters because I did like that experience. But I would play games in fast forward, save states, rewind. I didn't care about collecting physical games at all, and I would use guides for almost all of these first playthroughs that I was doing. And I didn't want to miss a single treasure chest. I wanted to get all the optional stuff. I wanted to 100% complete every single game that I was playing. And I did that for dozens and dozens of games throughout my late teens and early 20s. And then there was a shift in like 2011, 2012, when in like my last couple years of college and as I was finishing college, where I realized that I didn't remember hardly anything from these video games, and I wasn't really forming a lot of memories. Like I was checking them off and I was getting through them, and I could say, yeah, I beat that. Yeah, I 100%ed that. But if somebody asked me, like, what happened in the game, or, like, what did I think about it, I was starting to realize that a lot of the information that would come out of me as after hearing those questions was not, like, information that belonged to me, if that makes sense. You know, I'd be, like, repeating some of the same things that I read in the strategy guide, and I would be talking about, like, very, like mechanical things, and not, like, you know, like, I wouldn't be, like, waxing poetic about the character development, or talking about, like, the meta commentary of the story of these RPGs. You know, I'd just be like, oh yeah, well, there was this one fight that was kind of wild because you had to do this or whatever. And I think it's fine if that's the most memorable part of a game for you, but I just was very self-aware in those moments that I was like, man, like, playing these games with guides is kind of like robbing me of a lot, and it's the things that it's robbing me of are things that I care about, so I'm gonna not play with guides. Yo, Necro, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How's it going today? How was the stream? What were you getting into today? Folks, go check out Necro VMX, another retro leaning RPG streamer. Dragon Quest II HD 2D. Nice. Very nice. I like Dragon Quest II a lot. I haven't played... We were talking about the remakes yesterday, actually. I haven't played any of the Dragon Quest remakes. And I was just kind of realizing this yesterday, that there are a lot of Dragon Quest remakes, and I've technically never played any of them, unless you count the Game Boy Color versions of the Erdrick trilogy, which are the versions of 1, 2, and 3 that I have played. I didn't play the NES versions of 1, 2, 3. I played the Game Boy Color versions of 1, 2, and 3, and I like them a lot. And I played them recently as well. I've played 7 and 8, their original versions on PS1 and PS2, and then I went back and played a fan translation of the Super Famicom version of 5, and then I was like, hey, I need to play all these in numerical order. And so then during the pandemic, I went back and I played 1, 2, and 3. Well, I didn't play them all during the pandemic. It took me a very long time. 1 didn't take me that long because it's super short. But I played the Game Boy Color versions of 1 and 2, and the Game Boy Color version of 3, which I just finished, like, last year. Took me a very long time. Those are like cozy off-stream games for me. I don't usually stream Dragon Quest. I don't think I've ever streamed Dragon Quest. I'm open to it, but it's kind of like a nice, cozy, quiet, solitary experience for me. And I feel like I'm finally ready to jump into Dragon Quest IV pretty soon. I'm just trying to clear some stuff off my plate. And I'll be playing the DS version of 4. Which is like pretty much all the Dragon Quest games that I have left are handheld. I have to play 4, 6, and 9, which are all on the DS, and then finally I get to play 11 after that. I'm gonna wait until I've played all the other ones to play 11. I know it's been out forever and it's amazing or whatever, but you would count those as remakes. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a totally fair assessment. Some people might say, oh, well, it's more of a port, but it's so touched up. There's so many things like fixed and things like that. I don't actually know the development history enough to say if they're like how from the ground up, but given it's a completely different type of platform, I think it's easier to call it a remake. But other than that, I haven't played any of the other DS Dragon Quest games because I didn't play the DS version of 5. I played the SFC version. I want to play the DS version of 5 at some point. I have it. I'd like to play like the fan translation of the PS2 version of 5 as well. It looks really gorgeous. And I think I bought one of the HD 2D. Yeah, I bought the Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D on Switch. I don't have 1+2 though. I'd like to get it. I don't know when I'll play them. I don't know if I'll ever play Dragon Quest III again. Not because it's not a great game. I really enjoyed it. It's just a super long game, and it's usually really hard for me to justify replays of stuff I've played before, even if it's, you know, a completely overhauled, amazing remake. Let's see. Let me catch up a little bit. You have them sitting next to you, and you haven't played them yet? Yeah. Welcome to the club, Halo Killer. Welcome to the backlog epidemic. They built on the Super Famicom versions. That's right. They were based on that little collection. Chronologically, you think you should play 2, 3, and then 1? Yeah, Necro's got it right. 3 is like the prequel, and then it's 1 and 2. But honestly, if you've never played 1, 2, or 3, I don't know. I guess if you've played other Dragon Quest games, you might, like, I kind of see why you might jump in with 2 first, and then 3, and then 1. Because 1 is so unique and different mechanically than the rest of the series. Like, it's kind of like Final Fantasy, where, like, the first game was a little bit different and kind of like borrowing from a bunch of different stuff, and then when they did the second game, they kind of like established way more franchise traditions that were carried forward. Dragon Quest 1 is such a neat and cool little game, though, and it just doesn't take very long, so you can kind of just put that wherever you want, I think. And yeah, while there is like a chronological story that connects the first 3 games together, it's not super imperative that you focus on it if you don't want to. Like, it's like a neat little connection, but I would associate it with like the connection between like the first generation Pokemon games and the second generation Pokemon games. Like, you know, there's NPCs referring to the fact that 3 years have passed since some of the events, you know, in Kanto or whatever. And it's like, oh, that's neat, you know, like, but it's not like a huge, like, crux of the plot of the game. They all stand alone, in my opinion. But yeah, like, Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3 are all so different. Like, 3 is really long. There's so much to get into, a lot of side content. 2 is like a very, like, meat and potatoes, straightforward, not too long RPG. It's like a perfect little bite-sized adventure. And then 1 is like a really short, unique, unlike the rest of the series type of thing, that has its own novelty. You don't feel like 3 is long? I feel like 3 is really long for how old it is. I mean, yes, I recognize that 7 is longer, but like Dragon Quest 7 is like kind of in a league of its own for length. It's so long. Like Dragon Quest 7, Tales of Symphonia, and maybe like, God, what's another just mammoth length? I feel like there's like a PS2 RPG that I'm not thinking of. But those games are just so long. Oh, nice, Zine. Doorbell camera is such a nice thing to have. 2 has a new ending in the remakes. Oh, that's interesting. That's cool. You don't want to play 2 before 1 now. Oh, yeah. I guess it would depend on what versions Halo Killer is playing. That's true. I wouldn't know anything about the remakes. DQ1 is now about 30 hours long. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, if you play the older versions, it definitely wouldn't take you that long. Like the Game Boy version of DQ1, you could finish that in like 2 days. Comfortably, like without rushing, I think. Yeah, Backlog Baby is cracking up in the background sign because he's playing with Mama right now. She's making him laugh. He says it's his stream now. Yeah, someday probably. You're playing the remakes, Halo Killer? Okay, yeah, well, I'll definitely defer to Necro, because I haven't touched the remakes at all. I can only speak to the Game Boy Color versions and a little bit of what I've seen from the like original NES versions on other people's streams. Yeah, she's currently laying down on the floor and throwing a pillow up into the air and catching it, and he thinks that is so funny. I can see it on the monitor. She's not even like directly interacting with him. He's pretty easily entertained. We were just talking about some stuff at the top of the stream here before we get into the game. We just got going, so thank you again for the raid, Necro. I really appreciate it. If folks can stick around, that would be awesome. We've got a full day of Blue Dragon ahead of us here. That's why we're looking at this 360 splash screen here. I am totally new to the Xbox family. I was very like anti-Xbox for a while, and then later on just like completely neutral and disinterested to the Xbox family of consoles. But I was always kind of eyeing up the handful of JRPGs that were locked on the 360 and waiting for them to, get ported to PS3 or PS4 or something, Switch. And some of them did, but some of them didn't. So last year I, did a lot of homework and some research and pulled the trigger on getting a 360, a good old-fashioned 360, and a handful of games because it was pretty reasonable. It was much more reasonable than like going the backwards compatibility route, and I didn't have really any reason to get a newer Microsoft console because the reason why I was so uninterested in them for a long time was because they never had any like exclusive software or franchises that I was interested in, and that's what really drives me to a console. Like, that's a big reason why I'm a Nintendo fan, is because they have these series of games that I like. That's why I buy their systems. I don't buy them for performance or playing online with friends or whatever. I buy them because they make the games that I like. And I was the same way with Sony for a long time, but Sony has killed off pretty much all of the franchises that made me a Sony fan back in the day. And now Sony is just like the console that I would choose between Sony and Microsoft if I was picking one. But I don't have a PS5. I don't really have any plans to get a PS5. I've been making a list of games that are on PS5 just to kind of like keep an eye on like how compelling of an argument can I make for getting one. But like if it's also on PS4, I'm just going to buy the PS4 version because I already have a PS4. I don't care about the performance upgrades. It's not a factor for the types of games that I play. So that rules out a lot of stuff. Your Xbox is a glorified paperweight, Zine? Dang, that's savage. Some games used to use your avatar as the character to play. Halo Killer, have you ever heard of the Nintendo Wii? I don't think that novelty is going to really resonate with me after having played hundreds of hours, thousands of hours of Wii games that used Miis as characters. But I can see why 360 owners would have enjoyed it back in the day. You love Nintendo, but you can't find a reason to justify the Switch 2 price. Yeah, that's totally fair, Raised. I mean, I'm definitely unabashedly a Nintendo fanboy. Yeah, the price of games is also a huge struggle right now. But there's like, it's really tough because there's like an aspect to it where, like you're kind of like, oh, what the heck? Why did my raid alert not go off? Gene, welcome in. Wonderful to see you. Welcome in, everybody. Folks, go follow Geneva Lee. Incredible vibes, incredible streamer. I don't get to catch her often, which is a shame, but it's always a treat. There's the raid alert, super late. I don't know why. Gene, thank you so much for the raid. What were you getting up to today? How was the stream? Thank you for this. Is this like Lego Star Wars Yoda emote? I love this emote. At first I thought it was like a little baby Shrek, but it looks more like Yoda. I'm like 4 feet away from the screen, so this is kind of a artist interpretation from here. I'm like behind the velvet rope at the Louvre trying to see this emote. Is it Dave Stern? Welcome in. Anders, welcome in. Blue Sings, nice to see ya. Shinpu? Oh, Disco Elysium, very cool. I really want to play that game someday. I know I would like it. Jem, welcome in. Nice to see you. Very cool. How are you finding it so far, Gene? I'm curious what you think about it. You're not on often anymore. Well, that is okay. I still would like to catch you when you're on. I know how it goes. I really want to play Disco Elysium someday. It looks really awesome. I'm pretty well convinced that I would like it. I think I got it for like $3 on GOG or something. Today was the best day in Disco so far. You unlocked some fun things. Very cool. So you're enjoying it. Glad you're enjoying it. What were we talking about? We were talking about Dragon Quest for a little while. And then I was talking about... we were talking about the Switch 2 price. And the games prices. I'm about to jump into some Blue Dragon for the day, but we're just kind of chatting at the top of the stream here while I wait for my caffeine to kick in. And yeah, I was talking about the Switch 2 console price. Like I got a Switch 2 at launch because I'm a Nintendo fanboy, and I'm the type of person that buys Nintendo hardware because of the promise of software. Like, I know there's going to be Zelda games. I know there's going to be Pokemon games. And I know that that's the only place where I'm going to be able to play them. And so that's enough for me to, like, early adopt. But I don't typically early adopt other things.
You don't understand.
Ian, thank you for Mark Griffin. Thanks for coming through with the raid. Moogle Master, nice to see you. Thank you for coming through with Necro's raid. Bought you a Switch 2 for your birthday. I guess it got lost in the mail. But yeah, it's a very expensive console. So like, if you're buying it for yourself or for someone, most people are going to want a specific game or set of games to play on it. And for a lot of people, that's not the case yet. You know, the fact that it plays Switch 1 games is not a reason enough to upgrade for a lot of people, and that's totally valid. I've had a great experience with it so far, but I can't deny that I only own 2 games for it. But again, I'm buying it with the promise of like the whole console life cycle. You know, eventually there will be a Switch 2 Zelda game, and I'm gonna get that right away. And there's gonna be a Generation 10 Pokemon game this year probably, and I'm definitely gonna have that on my radar. So it's one of those kinds of things. But I'm even though I am a Nintendo fanboy, I'm not the type of person that's gonna try to like sell you on it or insist that you buy it or try to convince you that it's worth it or whatever. Like, it's up to you to decide whether or not if it's worth it for you. Obviously there's a lot of like meta commentary about when the system came out and what was going on in the world when the system came out and the pricing and blah 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 blah. And we can certainly get into that if people want to, but I think that's kind of a dead horse at this point. Let's stop enabling big console. If it was 20 years ago, you would have bought it, but you're not Super Nintendo like you used to be. Yeah, that's totally valid. I think that's what it is for a lot of people too, for different reasons. Like, some people, like, I remember being at the midnight launch for the Switch 2 was very telling. Like, there were a lot of like millennial age white guys there, and you can tell that some of them are clinging to childhood nostalgia for Nintendo. You know, they like Mario and Zelda and Pokemon, and then there's other ones who just like want to be part of the conversation. They want to be part of the excitement. They don't really know what they're going to do with the thing yet, but they work in tech and they've got money to throw around, so why not? And then you have these other groups of people who are on the other side of the fence, and they're like having to like come to terms with the fact that like, oh, I liked a lot of this stuff a long time ago, and I want to still like it, but something about it isn't capturing me anymore. And is it because I'm not a kid, or is it because they've changed the way that they approach making these games? Is it the complexity versus simplicity? What is it? And you know that the answer is going to be different for every person, but it's very interesting to just kind of like witness all of that, especially to like see it firsthand at something like a console midnight launch. The only thing that would make you get a Switch 2 right now is Pikmin 5. Interesting, Halo Killer. I mean, I would probably eat crow on this, but I feel like we wouldn't see Pikmin 5 for a while because Pikmin 4 was so recent. But Pikmin 4 also followed Pikmin 3 pretty closely, but maybe that's like the Wii U effect and not a metric that we should measure by. Don't I think it's also going to be on the previous console? Oh, like, do I think that the Generation 10 Pokemon game and the new Zelda will also be on Switch 1? It depends on when they come out. Probably. Yeah, I think it's like a safe bet. But I guess I really hope, like, with the amount of systems that the Switch 2 has sold, despite its steep price tag and shallow library, the install base that they do have is a lot better than the first year of the PlayStation 5. So I don't think the Switch 2 is going to go the way of the PS5, where like everything comes out on both. I know there's a lot of that happening right now, but I feel like for a lot of the more big first party stuff, they're going to try to redirect as much as they can, rather than pander, because, oh, Nintendo loves money, they want to make us buy everything twice, you know, that kind of thing. But we'll see, you know. But for someone like me who already has a Switch 2, I would probably opt to play the Switch 2 version of the game, because I've played enough cross experiences to see that the performance upgrade and whatnot is definitely like worth it to me as someone who already has the system. It might not be enough to make me buy the system if I didn't have it, but I already have it now, so. You don't dislike it, it just doesn't capture your attention. Yeah, that totally makes sense. Super valid. You're gonna do some chores, you'll be lurking. You wanna check out some Blue Dragon? Heck yeah, Gene. Thank you so much again for the raid. Nice to see you. Good luck on chores. Thank you for lurk. We'll start Blue Dragon in probably just a few minutes here. Your PS5, you can't play your 4X and Grand Strategy games. PC you went from 1500 to 2000. Yeah, you're in a different school of fish, Halo Killer. The PS5 versus PC conversation is not something that I can enter into. That's like console versus PC is always going to be console for me, no matter what. It's been rough being a Pikmin fan. I mean, better than it was 15 years ago, right? I'm playing Blue Dragon, so I'm answering my own question. I'm sorry, I'm behind, Ian. Can you let me know what you mean by that? I'm playing Blue Dragon, so I'm answering my own question. I don't remember which question I might be answering. Possibly? They may also be getting a Switch 1. Yeah, I don't think the argument that a Switch 1 is worthless because Switch 2 is out is valid. And the price increase thing is not related to that. Oof, a dental implant. Yikes. Sorry to hear that, Halo Killer. Hi, we'd like to cause you great physical pain. Also, please give us all your money. You're welcome. It's the absolute worst being an F-Zero fan. Snow understands the real struggle out here. Usually hear the opposite in the console versus PC war. Yeah, I mean, typically you have the PC quote-unquote PC master race people, Zine, who will just say that, oh, well, a PC is always going to be better specs than a console. So if you care about like graphics or frame rate or whatever, mods, PC's always going to win. But I don't care about those things. I care about a separate machine that I can physically interact with and put pieces of physical media into, and use a controller, and the whole thing is like a closed system. Like, that's the most important part to me, and that's why I like the console experience. Like, I don't like a digital game on a cloud library that I forget that I own, and I can't put it on my shelf and look at it and hold it in my hand. And I don't like using a generic controller mapped to an application that needs drivers, and there's all these like, you know, invisible middlemen that invite, you know, gremlins and things like that. I always have issues with things like that. So I'm 100% a console person and always will be. I like the simplicity of this machine is made to do one thing and one thing only, and it's a closed system, and yeah, especially for streaming too. Like, it's just nice to have it be totally separate from the machine that's handling all this other stuff. But even for not streaming, I would still prefer a console experience. Pikmin Bloom takes up a good amount of your phone time. Oh, I forgot about that. What's my favorite Nintendo game? That's an impossible question raised. I mean, my favorite franchises are Zelda and like 2D Mario. So if I had to narrow it down to a franchise, I would probably say Zelda, but Mario is very close behind. I really like Mario games, 2D and 3D, but especially 2D. You feel like you're being a dick. You apologize. Oh, I wasn't trying to give that impression. I didn't get that impression at all, Ian. I just got lost on the following you on your thought. No big deal. Your expression was that me playing Blue Dragon was an expression of the fact that this is an era of games that are better than Switch 2. Oh, no, that's definitely not what you should extract from me playing this game. I lean heavily retro when I stream, because, well, that's kind of a can of worms, but like, obviously most games are retro. Like 90% of games are quote unquote retro. We're not going to get into that whole topic, but because the older systems have been around longer, there's more information about the games that exist on those platforms, and there are more games because those game systems have completed their life cycle. So whatever game I'm currently playing isn't an indicator that like that game's particular era that it comes from is better than whatever like the newest hottest thing is. It's more of an indicator that like old school JRPGs aren't super popular anymore or right now, and there's not nearly as many of them to choose from in the modern era as there are from a long time ago. But I'm not the type of person to like jump into like a cutting edge game right when it comes out. Like, this is a game that I've known about for a really long time, that's made by a handful of creators that I really, really care about and love and enjoy, and I'm like finally getting to play it because I was able to remove some of the barriers between me and playing the game. That's really all that this is an indicator of. It doesn't mean that I think the Xbox 360 is better than the PS2 or the PS3 or the Switch 2 or anything. It's just the game that I'm currently playing, if that makes sense. Oh, a small victory from Gad. You've got to tell at least someone. I know that feeling. Working on a formula for Excel to display only within a certain range. Yes. Yes. And you finally got it correct. Oh, I'm so happy for you, Gad. I am a spreadsheet fiend, and I love it. And I get stuck in holes like that very often where I know exactly what I want to happen, and I know how to describe what I'm trying to do, but there's no way for me to find the right information that I need because, you know, Google is too stupid to understand my query, or I don't know the right lexicon to like manipulate the query in the way that I need to. And so you end up just like either finding a really roundabout way to the solution, or there's luck involved, or a lot of trial and error and experimentation. So it's very exciting when you land on something like that. 10 years for retro? Most people say 15, Halo Killer. I don't really agree with that assessment. I said I wasn't going to open this can of worms, but just to kind of close out this conversation, I feel like the label of retro has ballooned so large that we need more subcategories within retro to help us differentiate things. Like I was just saying earlier, like 90% of all video games ever created are technically retro, because the games industry has reached a certain age. And it seems silly to say that something on the N64 is retro and something on the Xbox 360 is also retro. Like those two eras of games are so disparate technologically that, like, yes, you could just say, oh, well, that's an Xbox 360 game, or oh, that's an N64 game. But it would be really nice if we had some additional labeling that we could use, rather than just the name of the generation or the decade that it's from, because there's so much wiggle room in between those as well, you know. Because just saying, oh, well, it's an N64 game, that doesn't, like, it could be like a 2D sprite work game. Maybe this is better to say about the PS1. Like, PS1 has like 2D sprite work games that almost look like Super Nintendo 16-bit games, just like bumped up a little bit. And then PS1 also has stuff like Final Fantasy VIII and Final Fantasy IX that have like really, really high budget FMVs and polygon graphics that exist on the same console. They're from the same console, they're from the same generation, they could be from the same year, but they're very different, like, stylistically, and they're both retro. So I don't know what I'm trying to say, but I get kind of annoyed by the term retro lately, in like the last 5 years or so. Like, it's just so vague. It feels like it's starting to lose its meaning, because people will use retro to describe a brand new game that looks old, but they'll also use the term retro to describe an actually old game. And there's just so many levels of old. So like if I tell somebody I'm into retro games, I feel like that just doesn't really tell them anything, you know? And I don't want to say, oh, well, I'm really into 90s games, because I'm not just into 90s games. But I don't want to say, well, I really like PlayStation games, because I'm not just into PlayStation games. So there's no like Goldilocks thing that I could like tell a new person that I meet. Because if you say, oh, I like retro games, like, it's a great conversation starter, because they'll be like, oh, do you mean like NES, or do you mean PS2? You know, and then you can go back and forth and narrow it down. But in the context of like a Twitch bio, or, you know, a quick little exchange in like a Discord server or a Twitch chat where you have like 5 words to kind of like give somebody an impression of yourself, and you want to do it really succinctly, it's a little bit more difficult. Yeah, and vintage doesn't really help either, Shen. I've had some people suggest that. It's like, okay, yeah, we could say that vintage is like level 2 of retro, and vintage video games could be like, you know, the 8-bit era and before or something. But that helps, but like, let's take it further. Because I always equate it to like music subgenres. Like, I'm a musician, I'm a avid music lover and listener, and there's so much terminology that you can use to be specific about the type of music that you like. And I just wish there was the same level of specificity for video games. And there's a lot, but I would like there to be more. That's my That's my retro soapbox. Okay, it's time for the first ad break. I'm going to use the potty for a quick potty break, and we're going to get into... we're going to finally get into Blue Dragon for the day. Thank y'all for hanging out. I appreciate it. You're going to see Smash Bros. CPU versus CPU if you're not in the ad. And I'll be back in about 3 minutes. Thanks for being here. All right, welcome back, folks. Kirby wins. Okay, trying to close the gap here at the end. We have one more round to go with this character matchup. Score is now 4-6. We do need to select our next matchup. So if you'd like to choose who fights next, you can do so with 1,000 channel points. Your options are Donkey Kong, Captain Falcon, Yoshi, and Samus. Donkey Kong, Captain Falcon, Yoshi, and Samus.
I don't believe you.
We'll need to make that selection by the next ad break. Otherwise, I'll just automatically create a matchup. Let me get my scores updated here. There we go. There's Kirby. And sorry for the double music, by the way. I forgot to mute the YouTube playlist, so you were listening to N64 and the playlist. But now we're going to finally start the game. Gad coming in with the DK selection. All right. Thank you for that, Gad. Let me note that down really quick here. So matchup number 62 will have DK in the red corner. The blue corner options, if somebody wants to choose an opponent for DK. Actually, I'm just going to auto-generate this so that we don't have two Luigis in a row. So it's going to be DK versus Captain Falcon. All right, we're loading save slot number 3. Yeah, Jigglypuff has been our, by far, worst performer throughout this exercise, Shen. The Jigglypuff fans have been quite disappointed, to say the least. She's done all 11 of her matchups already, and she is the far and away lowest ranked character of the bunch. Definitely not a prayer of improving either. So, yeah, unfortunate. All right, DK versus... Sorry, I'm just noting this really quick. DK versus Captain Falcon. That should be a pretty spicy one. Very unlikely that DK can do anything against the Cap. But you never know. One of our highest ranked characters versus one of our lowest ranked characters. Could be interesting. Good chance for Captain Falcon to try to catch up to Fox in first place. He's trying to make it happen here. And Fox hoping to just sweep Samus in his final matchup to get away. Okay, let's do a brief recap of what happened yesterday. Shouldn't take very long because there was not a lot of story content. Just about one page of notes to go through here. I take notes in a spiral notebook. I have a notes cam down here. I've got some colorful markers and highlighters for color coding. To keep everything straight. I like doing it by hand. Helps me internalize and remember. And it's just one less thing to be on all the computer screens that I'm looking at, which is a little bit overwhelming already. So, yesterday was day 5. What happened? We started out in the Forest of the Dead, which is kind of like a swamp more than a forest. There are trees, I suppose. Less trees than here, though. Which is not called a forest. Go figure. There was a machine generating this poisonous mist, and we just walked up to it and turned it off. No boss, no nothing. And then we explored the rest of the forest that was covered in the poisonous mist. We got some more treasures, blah, blah, blah. And then we found the actual boss that was guarding the Gabo plant, which was the reason why we were there. We were there to find this specific plant so we could make a medicine to heal the Devi tribe, Maro's family and familiars, the denizens of Lago Village. And the King Ghost was guarding the Gabo plant. Kind of a confusing lore description for that boss. He accused us of being greedy for wanting the plant, but then simultaneously also said, like, it's mine, you can't have it. So it's kind of like a, Bilbo Baggins Smeagol moment, almost. And the description of the King Ghost in the compendium was that he was this, like, really, really gracious, magnanimous kind of person that gave away everything. So I don't know, maybe there was some stuff getting, like, opposited in translation or something. It didn't make a lot of sense. But we fought against him, we beat him, he was no big deal. We get the Gabo plant, we go back to Lago Village, we make the medicine, we give it to the Devi tribe, and Maro's like, is it better? Or is it like as soon as they drink it, he's like waiting for them to say that they feel better. And Klook, who's kind of the mastermind behind this whole medicinal effort, she's the one who knew about the plant. Her dad was a doctor, so she grew up learning about medicine. she's like, we gotta wait overnight. The medicine, we're not gonna know anything until in the morning if the medicine worked or not. So we go sleep. Shu wakes up in the middle of the night to Morrow flinging himself out of bed and landing on him. Morrow doesn't wake up, but Shu wakes up and then notices that Jiro and Kluk are not asleep in their bunks or whatever. So we get control of Shu, we go out and we look for them, and they're in the big town hall area, infirmary area, continuing to like attend to all the sick Devi tribe members, and they're kind of like working themselves through the night. Kluk is like making more medicine. She's like, they're gonna need another dose tomorrow. She's like, I want to be a doctor. This whole thing kind of calls to me. And then Jiro kind of sneakily lets it slip that he's there in the middle of the night because he wants to be around Kluk, not necessarily because he's equally as concerned about all the sick people. He's looking after Kluk because he's like, oh, you're overworking yourself. You need to get some sleep. You haven't been sleeping well. I want to look after you. And he kind of lets some of that slip to her, but, he's mostly like playing his cards close to the chest. But it seems like Jiro is interested in Kluk. And more on that soon. And then Kluk kind of opens up to Jiro in this really cool, unexpected way, where she says that she's feeling a lot of pressure. She's like worried that she's going to be wrong about the medicine. Like Morrow pressed her to say, yes, everyone's going to get better. And she like hesitated to say anything when he asked like, hey, this is going to work, right? This is going to work, right? And she didn't want to give an answer because she didn't want to be wrong. But she eventually did relent and say, yes, it's going to work, to make him feel better. But you could tell that she didn't really feel great about saying it. And so she opens up to Jiro about it. She's like, I'm worried that I'm going to be wrong and everybody's going to be disappointed in me. And Jiro's very encouraging. He's like, he says, it's okay to be wrong. And then he kind of says it's okay to cry and feel sad. And he like lets it slip that I guess like Kluk cries a lot. And he found out from Shu. That was a little bit awkward, but he said all that to tell her that he thinks it's okay. So I guess that was like a wholesome moment, but it just came in an odd wrapping. She thanks Jiro for supporting her. And then we wake up the next morning to find out that the medicine does in fact work. So everybody feels better. Everyone's elated and feeling 100% again. Magic miracle medicine. The Devi perform a joy dance, which was very silly. There was a special song for it. Morrow's very grateful to Kluk and the party. And then we go back out to the town square, and some villagers have found a vase in the fountain, which is presumably the town's water supply. And the vase has the same symbol on it as all of Nene's other stuff. And basically this is how we find out, okay, Nene like did something to the town's water supply to make them sick so that he could manipulate Morrow into going to get him the medicine from the ancient hospital that didn't turn out to be what Nene was looking for, but for some reason Nene couldn't go and get it himself. And we're trying to figure out two things. We're trying to figure out why couldn't Nene go and get that medicine for himself, and two, why does Nene need some type of mystery medicine? Like what is wrong with him? He seems super powerful. So like, how is he, in what way is he not at 100%, or is he trying to get more power somehow? Also, I guess the third question would be, how was he not able to discern if this was the right medicine or not? So we've got some questions raised by that, but now we know for sure how he caused the plague and that he was behind it. And then it's time for us to set off. The three kids are like, hey, we can go back to Talta now. We addressed the more imminent threat of helping Morrow and his people. It's time for us to go home and help our people, because we need to tell them what we've learned about Nene and the land shark and the violet cloud. so we can warn them before the next attack, because there's these periodic attacks by the land shark, and they want to help their parents and the people of their village, and also let them know that they're okay because they've been missing for however long. And they're like, Morrow, you know, you can stay here, like you can stay with your people. And Morrow has the, you know, RPG party member moment where he's like, no, I've got a score to settle with Nene. He tricked me. He hurt my people. And then Morrow has this really awesome moment where he talks about, he's able to like extrapolate what happened to him to other people. You know, he has this like grand empathetic moment where he's like, well, if Nene attacked my people and caused a plague on my whole village so easily and like manipulated people, what is he going to do to all these other people? Like, there are other people in the world, and clearly he can do bad things to them too. So I want to help you stop him, which is really cool if you like choose to read into that, because a lot of people, you know, are only activated by an issue, whether it's like a, you know, whatever kind of like social issue it may be. They're usually only activated by it when it directly affects them or somebody like in their immediate vicinity, like a family member or a, you know, a friend or a spouse or whatever. And if it doesn't directly affect them, a lot of times where they're like, well, you know, it does suck that that's happening, but it's not happening to me. And even though they might not express that so explicitly, callously, that's kind of like how our like self-preservation minds work. So for him, this seemingly very one-dimensional rowdy character, who is obviously a youth as well, to have this presence of mind to be like, oh, well, we've got to stop him so that he doesn't do what he did to my people to other people. It's not just that, oh, my village is peaceful now, so I can continue to live out my peaceful bubble, and I'm just going to assume that nothing else bad is going to happen because we fixed the big problem. So I thought that was a really cool moment. And then we did some side questing in Lago Village. We figured out how to open the locked chests. Morrow did this prayer dance at these 6 altars, and then we got an accessory for it. And we got a bunch of new NPC dialogue. And then we finally found out that our next destination is the Gull Mountains, which is where we are now. We have to pass through the Gull Mountain range to get back to Talta Village, where Shu, Jiro, and Kluk are from. So that's what we're working on right now. That's pretty much it. The village chief taught Morrow a special dance so that we could get into this mountain range. We explored on the overworld a little bit. Right when we got here, we met a new character named Toripo, who was very hilarious. And they are responsible for being the place where we exchange metals for stuff. We've been finding these collectible metals throughout the game. We didn't know what they were for. Now we know what they're for. We can use them to buy rank up items and stat up items. So we spent all of the metals that we could. Toripo left, and we learned the like price increase structure for the rewards, and then we also learned where he's going to be next, which is a location that we haven't heard of otherwise. We don't know where it is, but at least we know whenever we go to the Aurora Ruins, we're going to get to spend our medals again. And then we just started exploring Gull Mountains, fighting randos, picking up chests or whatever. We got a little cutscene on an overlook where we could see Talta Village, but apparently that's not the way to get there, so we came back in. But I presume we're about halfway through this dungeon. I got a little turned around. Unfortunately, there's only a mini-map, which is my biggest complaint about this game so far, is that there's not a big blasted-out map overlay. There's only a world map. That's kind of unfortunate. But that's where we're at, so we're going to get into it. Oh, no problem, Ian. I like all game industry opinions are welcome here. Obviously, you know, if people want to say something that's like critical or negative, you know, they should be prepared to like defend their opinion. I'm not a fan of like, and this is not an accusation, by the way. I'm just kind of like laying out kind of how I roll and why you should feel comfortable sharing things like that. You know, people shouldn't just like randomly parrot like a blanket statement with no thought behind it. But that's not what you were doing, in my opinion. You know, you gave a reason for what you were saying, so in my book, that totally makes it valid. It certainly doesn't protect you from, you know, me not agreeing with you. I might have something to say about it that you don't like, but, you know, I want to encourage discussion. I like talking about game industry stuff too. I try to be as optimistic as I can, but sometimes that's difficult. And that's totally valid. Thank you for enjoying my notes. I'm very long-winded and pedantic when it comes to video games, and that's definitely not a vibe for everyone, I'm sure, so I totally understand if people aren't super into the idea of critically analyzing everything that a random character says in a 20-year-old video game, but it's definitely what I like to do. These guys are annoying, but not a huge threat. You love the notes, especially since you can't make every stream. Thank you, Raised. I really appreciate knowing that. I do upload all of my RPG VODs to YouTube after I finish the playthrough. So all of my previous RPG playthroughs are on YouTube, and I do put a lot of effort into time stamping them as well. So, you know, all the segments where I'm just like chatting about random stuff and not playing the game, the ad breaks, all the times where I'm like, you know, doing a prize wheel spin and doing pull-ups or something, or, you know, the times when I'm writing in the notebook and not playing the game. I stamp all that stuff out so that people can skip whatever stuff they don't care about. You know, the recaps and all that kind of stuff. Okay, that's just him charging. I saw that little glowing aura around Morrow yesterday, and I was like, what status effect is that? It's not a status effect. But yeah, the idea that someone would enjoy me spinning my wheels about a video game is obviously something. The number of people that would enjoy that is inevitably a very small number in my view. So for that small number of people, I want to give them as many tools and outs as possible to enjoy those things. So that's why I do as much as I do with the time stamping. I definitely don't have the time or the energy to like edit my playthroughs down. Okay, these guys are really strong, huh? It still takes a ton of time and effort to do the time stamping for the VODs, but it's not nearly as bad as editing them would be. So that's how I choose. That's how I choose to do it. Plus, like I said before, like the level of engagement is so unbelievably low that it doesn't really make sense for me to put a bunch of time and effort into it if I don't just really want to do it. What do I think is going to be good against stone? Do I go Pokemon logic and go water? Do I go wind? Do I go ground? I'm not really sure how this game thinks, but I guess we can learn together, huh? We'll try water. This hits a whole row. Oh, that was poison damage. I was like, what were those fives? Element down. The water made it mushy. Oh, so are they going to be weak against physical attacks now? Very cool. God, this game is so cool, man. Like, I love this kind of stuff. These mechanics are so simple and easy to understand, but they're like unique and create complex situations at the same time. And I just love that so much. It's been such a hallmark of this playthrough so far, and I really am resonating with it. Also, it's also funny, like throwing some water on a hard white pile of poo to make it softer, and then punching it after it becomes mushy again is very silly and funny. Also, hello Shane, I forgot to say hi to you earlier. Welcome in. Blue Dragon is treating me very nicely, as I was just outlining. You tried to play this, but you kept getting graphical problems. 15 minutes in, they try to trap the shark. Half the screen went blank and the game was pretty unplayable. Yeah, reason number 542 why I like playing physical media on a console and why I get weirded out with, you know, emulation or just even digital games. Even official digital games I get wary of for the same reason. It's a little bit more about ownership with official digital games, because I feel like I don't really own it, because I feel like it could be taken away from me. Like if somebody decides that they don't want me to have my Steam games anymore, they could technically do that. And I don't want to be too tinfoil hat about it. But I also just forget that I own them. So yeah, it's... I like to... I like to be a little bit long-winded about this topic because I don't want people to think that when I say, oh yeah, I love like collecting and original hardware and physical media only, a lot of times that can come off as very like elitist, or that I think emulation is wrong or bad, or that you shouldn't do it or anything like that. That's definitely not how I feel. I think emulation is very cool and important for preservation, and it's important for accessibility. You know, collecting physical games is expensive and awkward for a lot of reasons. There's a lot of issues with it. But, you know, it comes with its own caveats. Need to heal Morrow. He's getting a little low again. Jiro's next turn. The companies also say you don't really own digital games you purchase. It's not a good policy. Yeah, it's really not. It's wild how accepting we are as consumers right now of like not really owning anything. Like between like streaming and like digital libraries of things and cloud things. Like there's so many things that we pay for that we don't own. And it's actually like wildly different than it was just like 10 or 15 years ago, which is kind of just wild to think about. But now so many industries are like built around that idea, is that like we like rent everything. The whole tech industry is built around like renting things, to the point where people are trying to rent like experiences and like really intangible things that aren't even like products or services. It's very bizarre. But we're saying that it's okay by buying into it for the convenience or whatever. Yo, what's up, Sorless? How's it going? You forgot? Sorry, this is Shane's chat message, even though I just said hi to Sorless. You forgot you owned Romancing Saga 3 on Steam. So now you've been playing it again because it's your favorite Saga game. I've never played a Saga game. I'm a little bit scared of Saga. Holy moly, look at all these thieves. This is scary. Okay, you're running away. That's great. Now I can read Sorless's message. You prefer original hardware since you collect physical games, but with emulation, you can do achievements and you don't have to open boxes and risk damaging. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Super good point. Yeah, I know a guy, Rem, who streams, and he collects a ton of physical games, but as soon as he collects a physical game, he immediately rips it and puts it on the shelf forever and doesn't interact with the physical media anymore to help preserve its, like, you know, longevity. And I think that's perfectly valid. Let's do our AoE heal. Nice. Very nice. Okay, that helps a little bit. I feel like I should probably just do water here. Try to get rid of these guys, maybe. But yeah, I'm kind of the opposite. Like, a big part of the experience that I enjoy and, like, a big part of the nostalgia of retro games isn't, like, just how they look and how they sound and how they feel. It's also, like, actually taking the plastic thing and sticking it in the thing and hitting the switch. Like, I really, really like that. And I want to keep doing that until I can't anymore, basically. You know, until my CRT explodes or the chip rot happens and the cartridges don't work anymore or whatever. You know, I really like the museum experience. You know, the sound that the PS2 disc tray makes when it kind of awkwardly scuttles out. Like, I like that. I love that. All that stuff is a big part of the enjoyment for me, and I want to preserve that experience for as long as I can. That's a huge part of it. Just I'm a very tactile person. I like touching and feeling and interacting, you know, like my games. I like pulling them off the shelf and just kind of like looking at them. Like there's a lot baked into that experience for me. You like emulation for playing old games that are hard to find. Yeah, see, exactly. You know, if you want to play a game like Xenosaga 3 or Earthbound, absolutely you should emulate it. Because insisting that somebody pay $400 for a loose cartridge of Earthbound just because you think that's the only way to play it. It's like, oh, you gotta play it on a SNES, on a cartridge, with a CRT. Otherwise, you're not getting the full experience. You know, like, no. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Obviously, there are, like, special cases, like the N64 joystick, you know, is probably the most egregious one. Or something like the Wii motion controls, you know, if you're playing, like, a motion control game, where emulation can't fully do the job, and it can have a big effect on your actual quote-unquote authentic experience, then I think that there's a conversation to be had. But in general, emulation is very important and very cool and should never go away. And should, you know, continue to be improved upon and iterated upon for all time. I'm a big fan of hardware emulation as well. I'm a big fan of the analog consoles. I own a Super NT, a 3D, and a Pocket. I think that's I think the FPGA thing is fantastic. You know, putting great care into preserving that hardware experience to a certain point is really, really cool. Again, it comes with, you know, cost barriers. So you have to be wary of and avoid the elitism pitfalls. But it also, it creates some barriers and removes others. So you just gotta give and take and decide what's most important to you. I just like that there's more ways than ever to preserve and experience old games and that the community is so activated by preservation and representation. By representation, I mean like properly representing the game as it was intended. Mappy, welcome in. How's it going? Yes, Blue Dragon. Blue Dragon on your screens today, folks. Really liking it. Okay, how many of these guys are we gonna have to kill before we can open this treasure chest? This is wild. Too bad they're not touching the ground, huh? We only have one true all spell, which is ground. But these guys are floating, so they won't get hit by it. But we can get a sweet spot water. What buff did we get at the beginning? I forgot. Okay. Can't mow down the back row. Little bit of a bump on that. And we'll just do a regular on there. Alright, and now we've got another row. And then maybe I'll just Shina here. Oh, I don't... That's right, I don't have Shina right now because I gotta learn the next level of white magic because I'm technically a barrier mage right now. Well, I don't think it's worth it to use one shine. Oh, maybe it is, because they're all about to go. Let me just hit this guy with shine. Maybe he'll die. No. Oh, but he did get stunned. Okay, nice. We'll take that. We take those. Oh, speaking of we take those, that just reminded me of something. I've been selling some random junk on eBay periodically lately. I don't have a lot of stuff that I own that I would file under like things that I want to get rid of or would get rid of. Like most stuff that I have, I specifically bought because I wanted it. I'm not like a flipper when it comes to collecting or anything like that. I'm usually very pointed with what I go after. But I recently bought a big lot of manuals. Video game manuals for like a bunch of different systems. Because it had like a good amount of stuff in it that I specifically wanted. But then a bunch of stuff that I didn't really care about. And I was like, what? Whoa, 100 experience points. Holy moly. I guess I'll give this to Morrow. Wow. That's a massive yield to just be sitting in there. Usually it's 10. I think we've one time found 50. And it was in like a pretty well hidden spot. So that was kind of unexpected. So my thinking behind the lot of manuals was that, well, I'll buy the big lot because if I spread out the cost of it amongst the things inside of it that I actually wanted, it comes out to this unit price. And that's worth it to me. So anything that I can make, selling the stuff that I don't want, even though it won't be much, I can just consider that to be like offsetting, further offsetting the cost of the things that I did want. So that's kind of how I justified that purchase. And one of the things that I sold yesterday on eBay, and this was the most like we take those moment that I've ever had on eBay. I don't know if this person just is very new to eBay and doesn't know what they're doing, or if they're just a legend and wanted to be really nice. But what happened was, you know, when you sell stuff on eBay, and it's an auction, you set a starting bid. You know, you say, hey, you know, this is the minimum price that someone would have to bid to get this auction, like, or to start this auction or whatever. You know, so you set your minimum bid, and if nobody bids, the auction ends and no one gets the item. But as soon as someone bids that minimum bid, they're in and they have committed to buy the item, right? And it's theirs until somebody comes in and bids higher, right? That's the basics of how an auction works or whatever. And this item that I was selling had a minimum bid of $5. And this person came in on the last day of the auction with not much time to go and decided to place a bid. And they were the first bidder, mind you, so no one had bid on this thing. Also, no one was watching the auction. You can see how many people are watching an auction, which will usually kind of give you an indication if there's like lurkers that are maybe going to bid at the last second. Nobody's watching the auction. This person comes in and bids $12 on the $5 minimum bid item. And then, you know, like an hour later, wins the auction for $12. So I'm just like, thank you? You could have got this item for $5, but you decided to pay me $12. You know, and obviously that's not like, you know, big money or anything. But I was just kind of like trying to think myself through that whole process. And I told that story in someone else's chat last night, and the phrase "we take those" came up, so that's what made me think of telling it again. But the only scenario I can think of that would have justified that is that if you, like, maybe they thought they were setting their maximum bid. Because what you can do on eBay is you can bid on an auction and then put in a separate hidden bid that is your max bid, and eBay will auto bid for you up to the maximum bid. So like let's say you're at work and you're on your lunch break, and the auction that you're participating in is going to end like, you know, 30 minutes after your lunch break ends and you go back to work. So you could come in, you could put a bid on that auction that puts you in first place and you're the top bidder. But then you're like, okay, some people are probably going to come in and try to snipe at the last minute or whatever. So maybe you set a maximum bid that's like 20 or 25% higher than the bid that you just put in. So if somebody comes in and bids like, you know, 50 cents higher than you, eBay will automatically bid 50 cents higher than them instantly. And it'll keep doing that to them until they reach that maximum amount that you set to try to help you win the auction without you being there. And I don't know how it figures all that out when you have multiple bidders that are all setting maximum bids. That's got to be a nightmare on the back end. But yeah, that's the only thing I can imagine, is that maybe that person thought they were setting their maximum bid and they accidentally just bid $12 because they were thinking like, oh, somebody might come in at the last minute and bid like $7 over my $5, and I'm willing to pay $12 for this thing, so I'll just set it at $12 in case somebody tries to outbid me at the last minute, you know, and they just like whoopsied it or something. But otherwise, they're just a legend. Alright, this is the only way that we haven't been, where this foggy guy is, so we're gonna go engage him. He's called the Mistwalker! That's awesome. You hope I scanned and uploaded the unscanned manuals? Absolutely not, Ian. I don't have the resources or the time for that. And I've got to trust that the community has already taken care of that for all of those manuals. It's not like any of them were like rare, obscure manuals. It's also very possible that people that are buying them from me could be buying them with the explicit intent to scan them. Not that I'm trying to absolve myself of, you know, my civic duty as a preservationist. But yeah, I mean, if it was like a super pristine copy of a rare manual or something, maybe I would take it upon myself. But this is like, for all intents and purposes, just kind of a big pile of junk. And some of it just happened to be special to me. Like, there wasn't anything like really rare or high value in there. I'm not trying to engage with random battles here necessarily, but I'm just taking them as they come. It does feel nice to play a game where random battles matter, though, now that we're done with Paper Mario. I'm working on the 100% roundup for that game off stream, and man, the boss refights are a slog. They are hard. Like, when you don't have Olivia, like, tool tipping you in your ear, constantly telling you, like, how to tackle each phase of the boss, and you have to just remember or intuit it, it's legitimately difficult. Those boss fights are no joke. Especially on the refights. Okay, let's get rid of this poison. Pesky poison. And we're low on health, too. Alright. Well, hopefully this path leads us to where we're supposed to go, because I haven't found anything else in this dungeon unexplored. So, let's see. We came from that way. And the only way to go is that way. And if you've never seen this game before, an absurd level of the environment everywhere you go is examinable. And the rewards are pretty worthwhile and consistent. So I have to walk up to everything and press A. So strap in for that. You can find items, you can find healing, you can find experience points and skill points. Sorry, shadow points. All kinds of interesting stuff. I've never seen anything like it. Oh, there's another Mistwalker. Where are you? Ah, there you are. Mistwalker is the name of the studio that makes this game, if you weren't aware. That's why it's funny that this enemy is called that. And they're basically a palette swap of the snot thing that we saw earlier. Let's see. I can't mow down the back row. Oh, but I could charge this up to be after Kluk. There we go. That seems like a good idea. And then maybe I'll do this one really late, so that it's maybe after the poo snakes are gone. And it'll hit the Mistwalkers. Okay, and now we're going to water the poo, as you do. What always stuck with you over the years about this game was that the boss theme had lyrics. First time you'd ever seen that, you thought it was neat. Yeah, it's certainly iconic. It's certainly a standout. A lot of people that have come through the streams, like there's been a few people that have come through that don't know anything about this game except they've heard that boss theme before, because it's like kind of infamous, I guess. Which is cool. It's if you wanted to be negative about it, you could say, oh, well, it's unfortunate because it doesn't really sound like the rest of the soundtrack, at least so far. And so you're like missing out on a bunch of great like Uematsu music. But it is a really fun song. There's also a lot of other lyrical music in the game so far. There was a lyrical song in the opening. There was a lyrical song yesterday in the kind of like touching emotional conversation scene between Jiro and Kluk. So they're definitely not shying away from that. I'm not a huge fan of vocal themes in video games personally, especially when there's also voice acting. It just takes me out of the experience a little bit. I prefer instrumental video game music. It certainly has its place, but it's not my preference. I love a choir though, like a syllabic choir, like in Latin or something. But English lyrics, or even Japanese lyrics, very distracting to me, even if there's not voice acting. Yeah, let's go ahead and water these moths back here. Got rid of one. Nice. Goodbye, scorpions. And we'll probably just tap you. Bye-bye. I don't really know what I'm working towards class-wise right now, but I think we're fine. There's no wrong way. Oh, the little sap markers are turning yellow here. Oh, and there's a big barrier. What does that mean? Oh, a scroll. And actually, we picked up a scroll a minute ago that I forgot to comment on or say anything about. Ah, dang it. I was trying to get them both at the same time, and I got preempted. So now my formation is flipped, which really sucks. This is just like an old Final Fantasy. Now they're going to steal a whole bunch of my stuff. At least they don't also do amazing damage. But they can steal your stuff and then just run away, and you can't get it back. Okay, water on the front row. No charge. I need it to go off. Unfortunately, not enough to take out the orange guys. Okay, whatever he stole is gone. Okay, we got 2 items back. I think this guy also took something. Yep. So I think we lost 1 item, but we regained the other 3. Nice miss. And I must have nicked my nose shaving this morning. Bothering me a little bit. Alright, get out of here. Cool. Thumbs up. Oh, there's another one? Oh, right, because, yeah, we didn't get the duel. Alright, well, let me take a moment to heal here while we're able to breathe. We'll just fully top off. Alright, and I'm going to get the drop on... Okay, I'm not going to get the drop on you. At least I'm facing him this time. So we'll be in the proper formation. Nice dodge. Alright, water again. I like that you don't have to wait for that shadow animation to happen to start keying in your action for the turn. This battle system moves quite quickly, which is really nice. A lot of disc-based RPGs specifically can be really slow battles. Because they're held back by, like, cool, visually impressive things that are loading, that are, like, really neat, like, the first 20 times that you see them, but when you're in, like, your 1000th battle, it's like, oh my god, can we not? But this game lands in a pretty good spot for my taste, at least. I'm sure this would be way too slow for certain players. But it's fine for me. But I'm a Final Fantasy IX fan, so what do I know about slow battles? If that game's not too slow for me. One of the, like, most infamously slow battle systems of all time. Get out of here. Actually, let's try to get rid of you before it's your turn. Nice. Oh, he didn't die. Now you die. You were playing a game that allowed you to disable animations? Yeah, I'm surprised. Like, there's been an amazing surge of like accessibility and quality of life features for games in the last like 5 years, and it's really, really taking off, and I'm super happy to see it. But I'm surprised that more games don't have things like that. So what is this? How do I get in there? There's a couple chests in there. It kind of looks like a dead end, but you can't see enough of the map to be able to tell. It would just be so nice if you could pull up, like, the select or back button doesn't do anything in this game, and it would just be so nice if that expanded that mini-map to a full size, and I could just overlay it over the screen while I explored. That would make me so unbelievably happy. But yeah, it would be nice to see modern games just continue to add as many tweaks as possible so that people can have the experience that they want to have. Because everybody's preferences are so different. So, like, trying to make something that tries to, like, predict all these different player preferences is a huge amount of effort, and you're better off just, like, making it modular, you know? Instead of trying to answer all these questions like, well, how, you know, what kind of speed should we target for battles? Do we want them to be fast? Do we want them to be a little more slow? Like, what is the sweet spot? And, like, you know, the answer should instead just be make it tweakable. I bring these games up all the time, but it's because I'm incredibly spoiled by them. The Bravely games do all that kind of stuff beautifully. Okay, here's this area. This is where we saw the overlook of Talta, but we can't actually progress that direction. I don't think it's going to be like a specific encounter. Apparently I haven't been this way. Okay. That bodes well, I guess. But yeah, the level of customization and control that you have in those games is just my personal benchmark. It's also my benchmark for telegraphing. Never played a game that does a better job of telegraphing to the player. The level of information and explanation that you have for every single thing in the game has basically become my benchmark. Not necessarily my expectation, because I realize it's an unrealistic expectation, but it's definitely my benchmark. Like, it's hard for me to call something, like, great, and I definitely can't call something perfect if it doesn't go that far. Like, being able to press, like, a button on every single thing ever in the game, whether it's, like, an ability or an item or an enemy or whatever. Whatever it is, you can press a button to get additional information and see, like, stats or an explanation of how it works, or... and they go into such great detail to make sure that you understand everything. And it's like, oh, this ability does this, and it only works in this situation, and here's a specific exception to that. And there's just no information left behind. And I love that so much. And it's not, like, forced down your throat, you know? It's not like a big wall of text that you have to get through just to play the video game. It's purposely tucked away behind a button press so that it's only there for the people who really want to get into the weeds. Which is me. And also, just to go the extra mile to have, like, a lore description for every single item and weapon and equipment piece in the entire game is just so cool. It, like, looking through those, I'm currently playing Bravely Second, so it's very fresh in my mind. But, like, just looking through those, it feels like whenever I'm looking at it, it just, like, I want to say to myself, this will never happen again. Nice, that was beautiful how that worked out. I need to run another ad. I didn't realize how far past the hour we were. My reminder didn't come up because I started late. So we're going to go ahead and run an ad here. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. Thanks for being here. See you in a few.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! Five, four, three, two, one. Time up. This game's winner is Luigi.
All right, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. Luigi closing us out here. So our final score for matchup number 61 is going to be 7-4 in favor of Luigi. But now it's time to switch to two new characters for the next 11 ad breaks. Oh, I guess a quick update here. Luigi has moved into 7th place now. Not too far behind Pikachu in 6th. And not too far ahead of Samus in 8th. Pikachu has no more matchups left, so his score is not going to change. But Luigi has one more matchup to go, and Samus has one more matchup to go. And there's a lot of potential there for them to compete for that 7th place spot. Samus has to face Fox, so very unlikely that she's going to be able to improve her score and catch Luigi's small margin there. And Luigi's last matchup is going to be against DK, so as long as he can hold, DK probably won't be able to push him down below whatever Samus suffers from Fox. But we'll see. But that's not our next matchup. No, we're going to go ahead and set that up now. So we need to reset our fighter cards and set the scores back to 0. Because for the next 11 ad breaks, for matchup number 62, in the red corner, we're going to have DK. Oh, that's blue corner. Donkey Kong. And in the blue corner, Captain Falcon. So we're pretty confident we know how this one's going to go. DK's in 10th place. Captain Falcon's in 2nd. This is probably going to be a bloodbath. But you never know. You never know. DK has only won 3 matchups. 2 of them are over the characters that are ranked below him, and then 1 is against Samus. He's had a pretty poor showing otherwise, although did surprisingly well against Pikachu. So, you know, there have been some wild cards. Maybe DK is a wild card foil to Captain Falcon. We'll just have to wait and see. But we're not expecting it. We will find out when we run our next ad break. But for now, we're going to get back to Blue Dragon. So, right over here. Okay. So, we need to find our way out of these mountains. We're a little turned around because of the map system here, but we did find some new territory. So, I'm just continuing to Hansel and Gretel my way around here. Examining everything is a really useful tool for wayfinding. I'm not sure if that was just a happy consequence or if they intended that. But if you do go to the trouble of examining everything, because you can't re-examine stuff, you can kind of tell where you've been, which is really nice. That has helped us a number of times already in this game. So there have been a few exceptions though where we've run into some things where we were able to re-examine them, which is a little bit concerning. But the norm has definitely been not far and away. So, all right. Sad that I wasn't able to kill the scorpions there. Hopefully my whole party doesn't get put to sleep. Nice dodge. Let's water the back row again. I'm trying to get used to using magic with Kluke every single turn. Because she has the ability to restore MP as she walks. So it's really just worth it. Actually, let's just mow down. I bet it's enough to kill. Yeah. Nice critical. Okay, accuracy. Probably not going to make a big difference. Does anyone need to heal? Not really. I guess... God, I wish I had a... I need a Asuna. I need a way to remove this paralysis status from Maro. I mean, I guess I can use an item, but it would be nice to use, what's the one that removes paralysis? Oh, Ultra Medicine. Didn't even realize we had that. 50 HP to all. Mobility Balm. That's what it is. It just seems really... I always have a hard time justifying using a consumable to restore a status that leaves at the end of the battle. You know, I don't hesitate to use MP, but for some reason I hesitate to use consumables. It's a common RPG player problem, I think. Hey, please. Okay, water the back row. One of our favorite strategies. Oh, I didn't hold that long enough. Oh, midstream reminder, I suppose, for the holdouts. If you have not yet voted for the new RPG sorry, not the new RPG playthrough. That won't happen for quite some time, probably. Sorry to get your hopes up there. If you have not voted for the new Tuesday game, today is your last day to do so. The poll is pretty comfortably set, I would say. It's unlikely that the second and third place games will be able to turn the tides, but it's certainly not impossible. So, go check in on that poll in the Discord polls channel. If you haven't looked at it in a couple days, you can change your votes. You can do all kinds of chaotic things in a Discord poll that you wouldn't be able to do in a normal poll. And I fully encourage people to, you know, sing the praises of the game that they want to win. And do a little bit of electioneering, campaigning, what have you, to make sure that the game that they want to see on stream wins. We will be closing that at the end of the stream, though. So, just want to make sure everybody's had their shot before the window closes. Alright, we've got a green barrier chest up here, looks like. We still don't know how these work, but I have faith. Can I get them both? No, whatever. We'll get rid of the Mistwalker first. Oh, this is a really annoying mob. Maybe I should try Quake on this mob. Because I can actually hit everybody since they're touching the ground. Charge it up just a hair. Nice, we got one of those guys back there. Let's actually do a Zephyr here. That's higher value than him doing a chip shot. Mow down. Charge it up all the way. And mow down. I'll also charge it up. We've got sweet spot on that one. Nice. Now let's see if that's enough to take them out. Nice counter, I guess. Oh, that's right. They flip over. And then they become weak to magic. So do they only flip over if you do mow down? Because they don't seem to flip over when we do regular attacks. Let's do Quake again. I kind of want to see what this interaction looks like. Or sorry, not Quake, Ground. My Final Fantasy brain showing through there. Okay, it does increase the damage output when they're flipped over as well. Probably not because of the element, though. Just because they're flipped over. Really? You just gonna spawn on top of me like that? Oh, but we got the advantage on them. Okay, that's really funny. Okay, we're gonna charge up mow down intentionally so that it's after our party members. And then hopefully Kluk can take out the moth, and then our mow downs will hit the Scorpion Ghost guys. I like how you can use the charging system to kind of like shuffle the turn order to your desire. It's a really, really cool mechanic. Alright, we're going to use fire on this thing just to make sure that it dies. Actually, let's do the second level fire spell because we've never seen it before. Okay, kind of an awkward camera angle, but it looked pretty awesome. And now our mow downs will hit these guys. Instantly dead. That was so sick. Oh, that's a separate mob. Okay. There were two, like, right on top of each other, I guess. Okay, this is a very large mob. Luckily, they don't do very much damage. Nice counter. No, please don't sleep me. Okay, Maro's asleep. That sucks. Do an uncharged mow down here. Nice, we got two of them. And let's go water on the moths. The moths are weak against fire, but we can't hit them all with fire at once. So that's the trade-off. So close to killing them. I think they have 80 HP exactly. Nice counter. Okay, and this should take out the last crab. Oh, just kidding. Okay, thank you for waking up Morrow. Okay, let's do mow down, and we'll charge it a little bit so that it hits the moths. And then, well, actually, this is fine, because this will just love tap him. Morrow's probably not even going to have to go here, because we can just do a love tap mow down right here, and they should all die. Because they have like 3 HP, yeah. Cool. Really falling into a groove with this battle system, at least for random encounters. You know, every boss is kind of like a special encounter. Okay, I'm assuming that I'm going to be able to get into this chest once I clear this kind of immediate area of encounters, but not necessarily. We haven't really learned what the deal is with the green chests yet, or the blue ones for that matter. Okay, this should do 80, especially with a charge like that. Oh, why did that do so little? Maybe that just tiny little bit there can get us past 80? Ugh, not quite. Oh, no! Dang it, I accidentally hit defend. That's tragic. Okay, nice job dodging the sleep, Morrow. Don't care if he gets silenced, but he dodged that too. Okay, Jiro, what can you really do for me here, buddy? You do have attack prowess that I shouldn't forget. I think we just attack out of here, because, yeah. Front row's already damaged. And then we can just... If you don't do 80, Morrow will clean up. There we go. I'm really anxious to see if we'll get another class at level 20. That's kind of my one outstanding question, is like, when do the additional classes happen? And I guess, how many do we get, you know? Like, I'm assuming that everybody will eventually be able to have every class, but maybe there's only 5. Maybe we're already done, and I'm, like, kind of screwed on this build that I've put together for myself. I don't know. I don't think I saw the answer to that question anywhere in the manual. Well, it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to open this chest. I probably should start writing these down, because we're getting to a point where there's enough areas in the game where I'm not going to be able to remember them all. And they're going to be something that we have to backtrack for later. The game might be nice and give us, like, something that we can use to find them. Is this like a one-way path right here? Yeah, it is. Okay. Interesting. We haven't seen anything like that before. 9 medals. Love to see it. And I guess to piggyback off of the midstream reminder, Sunday bonus stream coming at you in 2 days. The lady will be joining me on Sunday afternoon to continue Grim Fandango from where we last left off. And we're well on our way to hitting another sub-goal stream as well. So if you want to see them close together, possibly 2 weeks in a row, very possible. Very possible. Oh, it's you. Let me give Jiro a little bit more MP. There we go. I don't quite have a sense yet of how easy the ethers are going to be to buy, but I think probably pretty easy. But my Final Fantasy reflexes kick in. Alright. Water the back row. That should definitely kill with that amount of charge. And y'all can focus on the guy up front. Please kill. Yay. I think these guys have like 1,000 health. I guess I should have Jiro use Shine on this guy. It probably does a ton of damage. Probably speed things up quite a bit. Oh, he got stunned. Oh, but then he countered. Nice. Nice counter. Let's see how much Shine does. This should be pretty huge. On a charge. Oh, and he got stunned. Nice. That's more than any of our attacks. And... oh, it goes down! That camera pan and everything when they die is actually pretty similar to Pokemon Stadium. So that just kind of popped into my brain. Ordeal necklace. Okay, we need to check in on some of these scrolls and these accessories that we've been picking up. I kind of forgot. Let's see. Oh, Shina's level 4. Yeah, no wonder we can't use that. I think we actually have level 3 white magic, but we don't have level 4. So we can use this when we're actually actively equipped with white mage, because you have access to all of the scrolls. But when we switch off of white mage to some other class, we can only use whatever we've like leveled up our white magic to. I'm trying to figure out which one of these are new. Don't think Dizzy is new. Oh, Resist might be new. I think we only... yeah. I think we only had Trap, Floor, and Wall. But I feel like we picked up another one, though. What was the other one we picked up? I don't think it would be anything level 1. Wait, hold on. This is so confusing. So level 2 Wall defends against physical damage. Level 1 Shield increases physical defense. Is one better than the other? I guess it's maybe they're like stackable instead of this just being like a level 2 shield. I don't know. It's really strange the way they've done that. I don't know what the other new spell is. All the rest of these look familiar. Okay, well, let's look at the accessories. We got an Ordeal ring? No. We got an Ordeal necklace. Prevents poison! Yo! Okay. We've been waiting for this. So, it also increases defense by a lot more than the Magic Crystal necklace. Which is pretty cool. And I believe all of the elemental ones outclass the Magic Crystal, but Maro's still rocking the silver, so we'll give him that. Still no idea what goes in this special accessory slot that we've opened up. Maybe someday we'll find out what's up with that. Okay. I don't think we... oh no, we picked up an Ordeal bracelet as well. So yeah, this is interesting. The ordeal ring says that it might poison enemies that attack you. It specifically phrases it such that its enemies that attack you might be poisoned. But we know for a fact that it can also poison enemies that you attack. Oh, wait. Okay, I don't want to give this to Shu because he's already got poison protection from the ordeal earring. Okay, so let's give him a different earring, I guess. And then I'll give the poison immunity to Maro? Oh, but we like him with that agility. Can't take away that MP. So I guess it's going to be Jiro. I don't want him to lose 10 defense points, though. Alright, let's see here. What necklace can I give to Shu instead? It's going to have to be one of the ones that the other characters are wearing. We got Earth, Water, Magic Crystal. Okay, maybe we just swap Maro and Shu's necklaces. Holy crap. 124 defense. That's huge. So now Shu has the lowest defense out of everybody, but he was already wearing this necklace. So Maro is really tanky now. Alright, I think we're fine with that for now. We gotta find our dang way out of this place. Oh, speak of the devil, there's a loading zone. Now, the last dungeon had a boss fight without a save spot right before it, so... Oh, we're just out on the map. Okay. Well, we can save right here. Let's save in slot 4. We're going to call this Overworld after Gull Mountains. So no boss fight to get out of that dungeon. And then I'm also going to leave myself a note that says 1x green chest plus red barrier in Gull. I'm going to start just noting down where we find the sealed chests and areas, since we're going to have to backtrack for them later. And actually, I'm going to pick a special highlighter color for these. We are not I have 3 unused highlighter colors currently. So let's do... I guess let's do blue, because some of the barriers are blue, so that kind of makes sense to me. Now, I haven't written these down for other areas that we've been to before this. And I don't really feel like going back to them and writing them all down. Basically, I would just want to remember that most areas have one. I'm just going to call these sealed in my key on my first page of my notes. I don't think I'm going to forget what that means. I'll probably just forget which color I used. Let's see. There's a green chest in the overworld right outside the first wilderness camp. And there was a blue chest in the, what was it called? Undersea Caverns? Let me just write those down from memory. Green chest outside wilderness camp. Oh god, I can't spell. And 1x blue chest. I might be wrong about this color, but that's not super important. It might be important, but in undersea caverns. I'm assuming the different colors have different ways to unlock them. But we just don't know. We just don't know. Maybe I can find the answer to that if I scour the manual. I might also find the answer to when and or how many different classes each character will get. Okay, we saved, right? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, we're going to move onward for now. I'm assuming that's Talta right there. Oh god. New enemies. That thing is called Snake Face, and the other one's called Mountain Crab. I'm a little low on health. Let me heal really quick. And now I'll take them on. I'm going to explore my immediate area on the overworld before I go in there. Oh god, this is a large mob. We can use Quake, though, so we're going to do it. Doesn't look like this is a monster fight, though. Alright, Quake time. Or ground. I don't think I'm ever gonna stop calling this spell Quake. Ground is such a odd name for the spell because I just associate it with the Pokemon type of ground. Why don't you chip shot this other mountain crab, Jiro? Thank you. And let's see how this does. Beautiful. Oh, the crabs can get knocked over. That's pretty cool. Look at his leggies. So I wonder why... Maybe it's just an RNG on whether or not they flip back over. Because one of them flipped back over immediately and the other one didn't. Nice counter. And you should be done. Cool. Now, these snakies. What are they going to be about? We'll do another... ground here. Got the sweet spot on that. I'm going to use the compendium on the snake, because why not? Hey Smashy, what's up? Loves Kellalon. Changes enemies into Kellalon and gulps them down. Oh. Okay, well that's definitely something to watch out for. Nice damage. Okay, and then we can probably clean up with a mow down here. Yeah. Excellent. Alright, stealth. Critical hit boost. We probably should check in on our abilities. We haven't in a while. Fire necklace. Oh. That's not a new enemy. There's the good old poo snake. Look at this big giant crack in the ground. That seems significant. What is this? So this is not where I'm supposed to go, but it's letting me go there, which is always exciting in an RPG. Oh, this is the ancient ruins. Okay, this is huge, actually. Okay, that is really cool. I actually wouldn't be surprised if that's an optional area, but it might not be. We might find out that that's where we need to go after we check in on Talta. So I'm not going to immediately run in there and start exploring. Hello? Leetopus! Lee, how are you? Great to see you. How have you been? What's up? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. How was the stream? What were we getting up to today?
I'm a game inventor. I invented games.
Welcome to the Blue Dragon Zone. We've just been back attacked by some creatures with lots of legs. Hopefully that's not triggering anyone.
I don't understand.
Thank you, Smashy, for the alerts, for the Mark Griffin, for the bullet ball vibes. Welcome in, everybody. Lee, it's great to see you. Let me say hello to everyone now that the game has stopped playing itself. Who is Zketch? Welcome in. Smashy, hello. Lee, hello. Mr. Dr. Dynamite, nice to see you. Anne Rose, welcome in. Hello, Anne Rose, great name. Piotr, welcome in, nice to see you. 02, nice to see you. Yeah, long time no sees indeed. Hope everything's been going well. Community stream today. We were playing some King of the Castle and announcing the winner of the clip competition. Ooh, nice. Who won the Leetopus mug in the competition? I'd love to hear about that. What are we doing? Well, welcome in, everybody. If you're new here, if you've never met me before, I'm Austin. The channel is Backlog Boys. If you've ever seen BB Austin in Leetopus's chat or any other chats that you frequent, that's me. That's the channel that I chat and subscribe to people on. But this is the channel that I stream on. Kind of weird. I'm a weirdo with 2 accounts. I used to co-stream on this channel with my good friend Vaughn. That's why it's Backlog Boys and not Backlog Boy. We did YouTube together before Twitch. And we streamed at an alternating schedule during the pandemic, which was really fun. But Vaughn hasn't streamed in a long time and probably won't ever come back to streaming. We're still very good friends. We talk all the time. We work together on a lot of projects. He just doesn't really have the time or the means to stream anymore. So now I'm just a weirdo with 2 accounts. And that explains that. But I do a lot of random stuff on this channel. On Thursdays and Fridays I play some kind of RPG. Current playthrough is Blue Dragon, which I'm really enjoying so far. It is a first playthrough. I do all pretty much exclusively first playthroughs on this channel. Every once in a while I might do like a challenge run or a Ocarina of Time speedrun randomizer or something. But pretty much exclusively focused on first playthroughs from my backlog. Exclamation point backlog if you'd like to get a better look at the shelves behind me, or if you want to see my spreadsheet of games, or if you want to be friends on Backlogged. If you're curious what's actually in the collection, you can hit that. I'm way into physical media, collecting physical games and hardware and things like that, so I got a big museum of junk behind me. Thank you for the pizza. This Worm Jim, welcome in. Hello to you. Nice to have you. Vaughn Mabuki. Tiger Scooter, welcome in. I love the lore of doing other channels commands in the wrong channel. I'm a big fan of that, and I'm not being sarcastic. So thank you for Mug, and thank you for quote 136. Yes, I was playing Paper Mario. We just finished Origami King on Tuesday, and it's a really good game that people should give a more earnest look at and be nicer to. But there are some things about it that are understandable barriers for people. I actually wrote a pretty good chunky sized review of Origami King on Backlogged as well, that I'd love for people to check out. I feel like I did a pretty good job of kind of addressing a lot of the common criticisms against the game, and my overall experience with it. I ended up giving it 4 stars. I had a blast with it, but there's certainly some things to talk about. And I think it's a very interesting conversation. I don't think it's something that you could universally pan or disparage, personally. But there's a lot of subjectivity to it as well. I said the thing? Oh no, what did I say? Backlog? Is that the new one? It is the most recent Paper Mario game, but it's not necessarily new. It came out in 2020. Alright, I gotta get away from these mobs. There's a lot of mobs out here. The Origami King is terrible. Very nice, Smashy. Very nice. Alright, we've got another loading zone over here. What is this gonna be? 4 stars could be bad if it's out of 100. True. But it is out of 5. Mural Valley. Okay. So we may end up finding out that this is our required destination. And the optional jaunt is through the ancient ruins. Either way, we're definitely going to go to the ancient ruins. Oh, is that a new enemy? That moth? I think this is a... Oh, that's a different snake. These snakes are scary. Snake Ween? Is that what it's called? Oh yes, it has a little crown on it. That's so funny. We haven't seen a pink snake yet. I'm sorry, Lee, but you'll be the first to know if we do. These are actually the first snakes we've seen in the whole game. And they're quite fabulous, but they're not pink. Muriel's Valley. Shout out to Courage the Cowardly Dog. I'm finding Jiro to have a lot less utility in random battles than the other characters because he's so funneled into a support role. So we might want to address that. We might want to like stick him in Swordmaster for a little while so that he can just whack things a little more efficiently when we're just kind of wandering around. Return the slab. Thank you for that, Mr. Dr. Dynamite. God, Courage the Cowardly Dog was such an interesting and iconic show. I loved it so much. It just oozed atmosphere. There's nothing like it, and there hasn't been since, and probably never will be. I'd really like to rewatch it, but so many of those shows are hard to find. Okay, cutscene. Quiet on the set.
It's so quiet. Is this what that land shark thing does?
Grandma! Mother! Father!
Okay. The music's not entirely morose. So the village is deserted. We've to give a little bit of background on this game, if you're not familiar, first of all, it's a Mistwalker game, which means it's created by Hironobu Sakaguchi, the creator of Final Fantasy. This is the studio that he formed after he left Square in 2003, shortly after the merger and a bunch of drama. And he went off to kind of do his own thing. And this is the first game that he came out with after leaving Square. So I'm sure there was some very critical, discerning eyes on this game as it was coming out. The art and the character design, monster design are done by Akira Toriyama from Dragon Ball, Dragon Quest, Sandland, etc. And music by Nobuo Uematsu, who essentially followed Sakaguchi on the way out the door from Square. So we've got quite the dream team that's put this game together, despite its generic name and lack of pervasiveness. A lot of people aren't aware of this game. But this is my first time with it, so I don't know a ton about it other than what I'm just experiencing in real time. But I'm extremely pleased so far as a fan of RPGs in general and early Final Fantasies. But as far as like the actual story, which I wanted to get into, we're going to drop a save here. This is our hometown that we started the game in. Sorry, I just want to write something down really quick. There is a sandstorm. So at the very beginning of the game, we were in this town. And this giant shark attacks like every so often. And us plucky kids tried to stop it, and we failed, and we got dragged away down this big chasm that you see there, and wound up in those ancient ruins that we poked our head into a minute ago. And everybody in our village was worried about us. And now we've finally returned to tell them kind of like what we found out about the shark that attacks every so often, because there have been some developments, and nobody's here. Grandpa's workshop. Can we go in? Yeah. So Fushida is Shu's grandfather, who we have not seen since the beginning of the game. Time to search his pad. Get to really see how the searching mechanic works here. 10 experience points. Everything in here belongs to Shu, I've decided, because this is his house. 10 more experience points. The shelf and 2 pipes. The metal plate, bucket, and pipe. I love how it is very clearly telling you which objects you're investigating. It's very practical. So Fushida's blacksmith, I believe. Pretty sure we knew that before. 10 more experience points. Look at this big old forge. Kellalon powder. It's also... This is also another great example of why it's good that you can't re-examine the same thing. Because it would be incredibly difficult to move around all these little points of collision and not like accidentally examine the same thing over and over and over. Okay, I think we've got everything in there. Oh, there's one. So yeah, now I can kind of just like walk around and mash the A button, because I won't examine anything that I've examined already before. So I can rest assured that anything that I run into is new. So yeah, there's one that I didn't get. There's another one. There's another one. It's like, it's very cool, a little bit overwhelming, but like well designed. The only thing that's a little bit worrisome about it is that it would be so easy to miss something. There's a letter on the table. Here we go. Almost missed that. Dear Shu, Jiro, and Kluk. Oh, he's reading it.
If you are reading this letter, know that we are all safe and sound.
Oh, good.
We have had to relocate because we can no longer live here. After taking you 3 away, the land shark returned to plague us for days without end, reducing our poor village to the state in which you now see it. In response, we have opted to move as a group to Gibral Castletown. The feeling is that however long and hazardous the way there may be, it would still be preferable to living our days in constant terror of the land shark. We are following the coast road. If you find this letter, we look forward to seeing you there. All our hopes are with you. Fushida.
That was nice. Okay, so the whole town has relocated as a caravan. That's actually really neat and cool, and makes a lot of sense.
Gibral. Morrow doesn't know. Is it far?
It's about 3 days by the coast road. I'm just relieved to hear that everybody's okay.
Not so fast. Maybe they're not okay. The whole village moved. That means small kids and babies too, right?
Yeah, that's right. Landon
You just shake
had
it.
a
That's for the
baby
Leadopus
girl.
viewers. Mona Marshall is the voice of
More
Shu.
than a month old.
3 days might not be enough time.
We gotta hurry! We gotta get going!
He's right. We gotta go after them. What if something happens? Like a monster attacks them on the way there?
Hold on.
What for?
Let's use the shortcut through the Valley of Murals.
What?
There we go.
Are you serious?
Yes, I don't think they'd want to go through the Valley of Murals. I think they would choose the coast road instead.
How come?
Because the murals in that valley are alive. It's said they attack and eat anyone who passes by.
Oh, Jesus.
Traveling peddlers say the same thing, though I've never seen it myself.
Let's just go. We're wasting time talking about it.
Okay, this is very interesting as well. Okay, so let me write some things down here. I got a lot of it written down already, but let me catch up. So, Shu is concerned that the villagers especially the young children, sorry there's no music here, and babies won't do well on the coast road for the 3-day trip to Gibraltar. He suggests we try and catch up with them. ASAP. Jiro suggests that we instead take a shortcut through the Valley of Murals to intercept the I guess I'll write this in orange since it's actually a group of people. The Talta caravan, but it is allegedly very dangerous. Okay, so now we know where we're expected to go next. It sounds like whatever this coastal road is that the Talta villagers took, we probably won't be able to take. I didn't see it on the map. But I think we're going to be able to divert and go into the ancient ruins and have a look around before we go to the Valley of Murals. So that's what we'll do. I'm always a... This doesn't look like an entrance, that's what he said. I'm always a side content before required content, whenever possible, kind of player. Because side content usually leads to rewards, and typically rewards lead to a more fun or more diverse main story experience. My house. Oh, this is his house. Okay. I've got to run another ad break and use the restroom. So we're going to take a break here. You're going to see CPU versus CPU Smash Bros. During the break, if you're not behind ads. Otherwise, you're not going to miss any gameplay during the ad break. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. Thanks, everybody, for being here. Thank you all so much for all the raids and lurks and hanging out today. I really appreciate it. Check this out. I recently learned about this Seribot command where I can just instantly shout out the raiders in chat there. Go and follow all 3 of those streamers that are all known cool people. Be right back.
Free for all!
Okay, well that was interesting. Welcome back, everybody. Captain Falcon wins round 1. However, he barely won. DK died at the very last second, and that was to tie it and make it go to sudden death, and then Captain Falcon won sudden death. So if DK had waited a few more seconds to fall off, or hadn't fallen off, he actually would have won. So that's interesting. Could have something to do with the level, certainly. I didn't see the whole thing, I just saw the end. But round 1 goes to Captain Falcon nonetheless. There will be 11 rounds in this matchup, so we'll have some very thorough data to tell us definitively who is the best among these two fighters. Of course, we're predicting Captain Falcon to run away with it, but we like when interesting and unexpected things happen. All right, back to Blue Dragon. Back to this dark, dismal town of ours. Apparently this is Shu's home, so we're gonna examine the heck out of it. We're gonna leave no stone unturned. We're gonna examine the heck out of everything here. We've got a cactus in our house. Succulents do make great houseplants, but I don't know if I would want like a 4-foot tall spiny cactus in my house. That just seems a little too spooky for me. You know, a little tiny thing on top of a table or a whatever, you know, a little flat guy. Little bladey guy. Sounds great. But a full-size spiny cactus in your house is kind of a lot. Alright, I'm going to keep giving experience to Shu because we're in his house. There's a memo board. Nothing especially notable is written. Okay. We've got a ladder and a staircase. Okay, can't climb the ladder, but I can examine the ladder. You ever just examine a ladder, chat? Oh, the 2 bottles. Never would have thought that. Grandpa's special recipe. This stuff tastes fantastic. So, Shu's grandpa is the blacksmith. Thank you for Goron City, Mr. Dr. Dynamite. But Shu has his own house. Maybe he lives here with his grandfather. As far as we know, he doesn't have any parents. It smells like Grandpa. I want to see him soon. Yeah, he's like Goku. He only has a grandpa. What's this? It's stinky. Underwear. Forgot to wash them. Ugh. Oh, story time. Chronicle of the Killer Bandit, the Pirate Maiden, Volume 3. Oh, he just happens to have Volume 3. After we've already read 1 and 2 elsewhere. The pirates were defeated and immediately shipped off to Castle Gibrago, where the king awaited. The most feared pirate to sail the 7 seas is a pussycat when cornered, mocked the sergeant. What are we gonna do? Said one of Killer's crew. She replied, normally they would kill pirates on the spot. That we still live is a good sign. We'll have to see what the king has in store for us. You assume that the shark got his parents? Yeah, very possible. The shark got Kluk's parents. Jiro's parents are still alive, though. We have one character with living parents, so that's something. Antidote. Yeah, see, weirdly, things like dressers and armoires that, like, open up can be re-examined after being empty. And I'm not sure what to make of that. But everything else is one and done. You were probably remembering Kluk's. I mean, it certainly could be implied that Shu's parents were nabbed by the land shark at some point. Or, you know, it could be one of those things where, like, his grandfather isn't actually his grandfather, and he's just, like, a random boy that was picked up by an old man who never married, you know, one of those kind of things. And it's grandfather more in just like a terms of endearment, adoptive family kind of way. We don't really know. May or may not be relevant. The song definitely sounds more sad than I thought at first. It's pretty sad. My house. Oh, I like how the characters are telling us when it's their house, actually. There's like one happy chord in the song right there. A little Lydian moment. Very space, actually. To have like a major 2 chord, keeping the 1 in the bass. Very space, very classic Lydian sound. And then also the flat 6. Major 7 with the keeping the 1 in the bass. A diary? Just reading Kluk's diary, she's just right there. Dad isn't good at talking about his feelings, so this diary is the only way to express them. Oh, this is her dad's diary. Someday, Kluk, I want you to show you this diary to show you how Dad feels about you. I hope you understand. Then again, maybe you already do. Your face, your voice, your actions. It's crystal clear that you love Dad just as much as I love you. All my love, my darling. That is the weirdest diary entry I've ever read. Thank you for lurking, Mr. Dr. Dynamite. Enjoy. So apparently, Kluk's dad was not good at expressing his feelings to his daughter. He was a bit of a stoic or something. I guess it's good that they put that there because presumably we're not going to meet him because he's dead. So how else would we get the character development? Oh, is this the same? Okay, this is the same. I love how I can speed this up and skip it if I don't want to look at it again. When we read the books on the bookshelves... Oh, this is a different diary. Maybe this is Mom's diary. Kluke, you'll be 8 tomorrow. You're getting so big. It seems only yesterday that you were a baby. I would get so worried when you used to catch colds a lot, but I'm so grateful that you've grown up to be healthy and strong. You're our treasure. You're the purest and most beautiful girl in the world. Even if you were the only thing I had left, my heart could still be filled with joy. Mom leans down each night to kiss your face and says this prayer. Please keep my daughter forever smiling, her face always shining with happiness. Wow, how nice. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, when we read stories, like storybooks in some of the other places, it would tell you, hey, you've read this before. Do you want to read it again? And you could just say no, which was nice. Oh no, that didn't ruin the moment at all. It's a very conscientious concern. Now, follow alerts are extremely short, audio-wise, and they are anonymous. The whole point is for them to be minimally invasive, both to me and to you, the follower. So, totally fine. Let's give this a taste. Not that. It's awful. We all mess up sometimes, you know. Okay, I guess the implication is that Kluke made it, and it doesn't taste good. Ooh, a chest. Hey, Kluke, can we rob your house? An ancient phonograph. Definitely read that as phonograph the first time and not anything else. What would that be? Kind of sounds like a consumable that would do something. Let's see. Like a battle item? Battle item? Oh, it's a valuable. An ancient device used for listening to songs. Oh, it's probably like a sound test or something. Okay. Given the fact that I can actually use it, and it's not grayed out, I'm guessing that's what it is. It allows you to enter like a sound test menu. That's kind of cool. Beautiful flowers are blooming. Alright, we'll give all of this experience in here to Kluke, since it's her house. It smells like Kluke. I told you, knock it off. No, you didn't. You haven't said that yet. Are you putting on makeup? It's my mother's lipstick. Shu is very, brash. He's, like, really hypercritical of his friends. He's very quick to, like, chastise them. He's kind of inconsiderate. He doesn't really think about what he's doing or saying. Don't go in there. What's this thin cloth? Maru. Ow! Okay, that must have been her undies. Story time. The Tale of Valen the Wizard Part 4. How convenient that we've already read 1, 2, and 3 elsewhere. This was to be expected, however, since Valen's appearance was completely different after his lengthy training. He now presented a dubious look, with a shabby beard and long messy hair. Valen was, in fact, a magnificent wizard. He was proud of how powerful he had become, so it was then that Valen decided to show the villagers his magic power and gain their respect. This is adult clothing, right? They're keepsakes from her parents. Yeah, see, there's another just inconsiderate Shu moment. Clearly, she's like holding on to her dead parents' clothing as a memento. And Shu's like, why do you have all this adult clothing in here? That's dumb. We've had several instances of Shu just being like really, like either accidentally or ignorantly mean to the other characters, even though they're his friends. Alright, we got 2 doors. Let's see. Where did we come in? I don't actually know where we came in. I'm assuming we came in from over there. But we kind of got warped past a lot of this stuff that's probably examinable. And here's a chest. I've actually been trying to think of something to replace all of the old follower alerts and sub-alerts and stuff with. I have had the same follower alerts and sub-alerts and raid alerts pretty much since I started streaming. Because when Vaughn and I first put stuff together for the channel when we were both streaming, we like immediately jumped to the idea of it being Super Smash Bros. Themed. Because we both really like Super Smash Bros. For some similar and some different reasons. So that was like a really quick and natural idea for like a theme for the alerts. So like the alert for the followers, the sound is the Brawl trophy sound, which is a sound that I really like. And all of the animations that happen for the follower alerts are taunts from Brawl characters. The sub-alert is like the new challenger approaching thing with no variants. The raid alert is just various like medieval warfare gifs with the sound of a Super Smash Bros. Audience cheering. So it's a little more loosely themed, I guess. Oh, there's enemies here. Whoa. That's kind of cool. Unexpected. A rolling ripper. Whoo, he almost got me. I was just trying to get them at the same time. The skeleton captain. Oh, crap. I gotta stop being so picky about this and make sure I don't get back attacked. We've seen the green skeleton and the purple skeleton, and I'm guessing this one is like the captain, the 3rd level. Oh, he just sped them all up. That's really bad, actually. Pretty cool that we can get battles here, though. That was very unexpected. Go big with this. These guys have quite a bit of health, so... Inject Fighting Spirit. Oh, now he's giving them magic defense. Shoot. Nice. Okay. Well, this is going to get reduced. Still really good. Nice. Okay, one more mow down will hopefully take out the purples. No idea how much the captain has, though. Obviously, we can assume he has more, but how much more? I don't know. Alright, let's see if we can get rid of these guys here. We'll do another Quake just in case, though. I'm gonna stop even trying to call it ground. I'm just gonna call it Quake. Okay, cool. Now it's just the captain. He doesn't really seem that much stronger than the purple guys, but he's got more health. He's got a very cool shield. Alright, not too scary. So, the descriptions of the preemptive versus enemy preemptive are the opposite of what I would think. In Final Fantasy, the good one is preemptive strike. That means you get to go first and the enemy doesn't see you yet. And then back attack is when the enemy hits you in the back and you're turned around and they get to go first with an advantage. But in this game, it's the opposite. Back attack is the good one. It means you're getting a back attack on the enemy. And then preemptive or surprise attack, which sounds like it would be the good one, means that the enemy is getting a surprise attack on you. So that's going to be tough to flip in my brain. I'm just going to rip a water here without knowing anything. These guys are probably weak against something. Oh, okay, cool. They're not that strong at all. I'm trying to go out of my way to fight every enemy variant at least one time because there's a creature compendium. I don't have a goal of 100%ing this game or anything, but it's just kind of fun to see the designs and learn and that sort of thing. The Broken Well. They should have put some medals in there. That would have been a nice Dragon Quest reference. Oh, I need to heal Jiro. There we go. You examined the wood. 1 gold. Hell yeah, brother. That's a broken window? Okay. It's very difficult to tell what's examinable a lot of the times, too. So being able to just kind of mash as you ride the edge of the collision is nice. Alright, we'll give this to Jiro. Since it broke, but was useful. What? Okay. Oh, the broken... This is our trap, I see. This is what we tried to catch the land shark with early in the game. Actually, it makes sense for us to give these to Jiro. Maybe I should give them tomorrow, though, because we're probably going to find Jiro's house, and we'll want to give those to Jiro, too. I don't know. It's impossible to keep everybody perfectly even. We'll do the best we can. Oh, wonder how far we can go that way. Maybe that actually might go out of town, because I think that's the way that we went when the land shark dragged us, and that's how we got to the ancient ruins. So that would kind of make sense geographically. Man, there's so much experience over here. I don't know if they had the idea that, like, you know, these specific items are, like, significant to the characters and actually call back to a memory and therefore a specific experience that the character had. And that's why they put the experience points inside of these specific examinables. It's kind of neat, if so. Okay, so there's a second level up top. And then I think there's also a building over here that we didn't explore. Okay, this is a very large building. We haven't checked out any of this yet. But yeah, I don't know what I want to change the alerts to. Like, I've had some ideas for things here and there. I don't think I really care about it being, like, themed. I think I just want it to be something that feels a little more fresh and new to me. Okay, here's Jiro's house. And maybe I'm just a little bit more excited about. I still like all the Smash Bros. Stuff. It just feels very worn out to me because I've had it for so long. And it also just feels weird that it's like the only thing on the channel that I haven't like evolved or overhauled at some point, because pretty much everything else has been replaced. Alright, what can we find inside Jiro's house? Metals. All the cacti have had nothing inside of them. Is there a lore reason for that? The firewood box. Some stout garlic. Pog. It's also a bit overwhelming that, like, some things look like they are examinable and aren't. And other things look like, you know, like something like this. Like, this is a grouping, technically a grouping of multiple objects together. You know, it's like all these, like, items on a shelf. But as far as, like, mechanically, it is one thing that you can examine. But then something like this, these two vases that are right next to each other, might be examined as one thing or as two. It fits that your home would be so clean. It feels like your mom does things right, Jiro. Kluke. My grandpa's hopeless when it comes to stuff like that. The memo board. Why does every house have a memo board? See, these two vases were one examinable item together. But the other two weren't. Hey, this cactus had something. Vitality elixir. But these two vases? Separate objects. But yeah, this stuff really adds up. More metals. Did I just examine something on the other side of the wall? I think I did. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I examined that drawer through the wall. And maybe this shelf as well. That's why it let me examine the other shelf on the other side of the wall. More metals! And, like, how would you know that one of these wooden boxes is a separate examination from the big pile? You gotta just mash. Deodorant. Nice. Ooh, a level 3 white magic spell. In the sock drawer. That's where I keep mine, too. Another nothing cactus. Okay, there's a staircase there. And there's a staircase here. Wow, 2 different staircases in your house. It's kind of wild. Talk about a symbol of wealth. I had one friend's house growing up that had 2 different staircases in it. I thought it was so cool. Portrait of a Machine, Part 1. I saw color for the first time. A spark amid eternal silence and darkness. Then a second, and yet a third. It was the first sight I beheld after awareness awoke within me. Was it red, or perhaps yellow? Awaken, said a voice in the darkness. It was the deep voice of a man. Open your eyes. A flicker of awareness. Then I heard the man's voice once more. Interesting. Intriguing. But yeah, it was like on one side of the house there was a staircase that took you up to the upstairs, and then on the other side there was a staircase that took you up to a different part of the upstairs, but it was all interconnected. You know, you could go up one and come down the other. Open my eyes, a flicker of awareness, and then within my body I heard a faint sound. Like the gears of a machine engaging. Darkness turned to dazzling light. I remember thinking, so this is what open your eyes means. Look at me. There was that man's voice again. I sensed that mechanical sound again as I moved my field of vision left and right. There to my right, a middle-aged man was intently watching me. What is this book? I guess maybe it's like a robot recording its first ever thoughts. Portrait of a Machine, Part 3. He wore a white robe, and his face looked older than his years, yet his eyes were filled with a glimmer of a child's. We have not yet met before. I am Dr. Zayed, a machinist. You are an automaton of my creation. For so long, machines that could walk and talk have existed only in fanciful tales. That is, until you came to be. Okay, I see. All is revealed now. Dr. Zayed. We haven't heard that name yet before, so... But this house is different. We got two separate upstairs. One leads to a loft, Jiro's bedroom, and this one probably leads to a different bedroom? Yeah, this must be the parents' bedroom. That makes sense. I have absolutely no idea what this book is about. You read pretty complicated books, don't you? She's talking to Shiro. Or Jiro, not Shu. Yo, Alex P. Dot, how you doing, dude? Nice to see you. How's it going? What's new? Those are pretty fancy threads. No, they're not. Is Jiro denying his wealth and privilege? The song is so Disney. At the beginning there. Car broke down for a second time in 4 months. Oh, that sucks, man. Sorry to hear that. Car stuff is so stressful. It's so debilitating. Like, our society is so predicated on cars. You need a car to do anything. Like, just to exist in the US. You need a car to go to your job. You need a car to go to the store. You need a car to socialize. Like, it's really hard to do anything without a car. And it's so, like, taken for granted, you know? Like, you have to buy a car. You have to spend a bunch of money to maintain a car. There's so many things that can go wrong with a car. No one is taught how cars work. But we're all expected to have one and use one. And there's no safety net if something goes wrong with your car built into the system that inherently requires a car. Also, it's illegal for you not to pay for your car to be insured. It's just such a wild system that we have developed. If I can use the word developed. Luckily, you can live without a car. You only need it to see friends and family. Well, that's fortunate for sure. Still the second biggest expense after rent. Yeah, I believe it. Okay, so we still need to go up there. There's a lot of stuff up there, and then we also need to go up this way. So there's still quite a bit of this town left to explore. You don't drive. Even when you lived in town, the grocery store was a 40-minute walk. Yeah, that's so untenable. Yeah, taking the bus, like... Even in a place where public transit is better, like, you know, not the U.S., or like most U.S. cities, maybe there's certain U.S. cities where public transit is a lot better, but for most U.S. cities, public transit is pretty lackluster at best. It's so inconvenient because the infrastructure is designed around cars. You know, if buses were the only vehicles on the road, they would be incredibly convenient and efficient. Because there wouldn't be a bunch of cars in the way. If the only other way to get around was like walking or biking or bus, you know, then buses would be incredible. Buses would be thriving. Oh my god, every bag. Except for that one. And that one. Winda. We got a level 3 black spell. Very nice. Maybe this is Kluk's house then? Or wait, no, we already went to Kluk's house. I think this might lead us to the platform where we started the game. First cutscene. The amount of loot that we are getting here is unreal. We are picking up so much loot. It's pretty fantastic. Also, we might actually run into some zones that we have examined before up here, which is kind of wild. Because, like, the very first playable screen was somewhere around here. And we were examining stuff. I don't think it's up here, though. It's somewhere else. This is the platform, though. Where we saw, like, one of the opening cutscenes. Medals! I like that we find medals in big clumps. Wow, 17 to be precise. But yeah, and I'm in college. The 4 years I was in college, I didn't have a car. And it was so difficult to buy groceries. Because I lived in a downtown area that didn't have grocery stores. So there was nothing walkable that had, like, food that wasn't, like, you know, fast food. You know, you couldn't buy, like, sundries and ingredients anywhere within walkable distance. So you either had to know someone that had a car, which was pretty uncommon, or you had to take the bus, which is extremely difficult. Like, if you take the bus to the grocery store, you can only buy as much as you can carry in your hands, because you have to walk back to the bus stop and then ride the bus with your groceries and then carry your groceries from the bus stop to wherever you live. Which means you have to go to the store more often, which is unbelievably cumbersome. You have to do the significantly less convenient pilgrimage at a more like at a shorter interval, which just in and of itself really blows. It also is going to limit what you can buy, you know, like depending on what your weather is like. If you live in a really hot place, you might not buy as much like frozen stuff because it won't make it the trip back to your house. And conversely, if you live in a really cold place, there might be certain things that you won't buy because it's hard to carry or it's damaged by the cold, or what have you. What a nightmare. I think we took the bus to get groceries exactly one time throughout my college experience, which I recognize in and of itself is a great privilege. But it was horrible. I had to assemble a team of 2 friends so that we would have 6 hands to carry things with, because there was no way that myself or even one additional person, who I think was my roommate, but I don't remember, would have been able to carry everything that we needed, and we didn't know when we were going to be able to go to the store next. So that meant having to enlist friends who weren't even going to benefit from the shopping that we were doing. They were just there out of the goodness of their heart. And it was winter time, so it was very cold in Minnesota. And we were very ill prepared. We didn't have like a special device that we had purchased to help us corral and transport the groceries. You know, sometimes people will buy like a little rolling hamper type thing. We didn't have anything like that. We just had our good old hands. We didn't even have one of those like little plastic things that you can like hang bags on. And by the time we made it back to our apartment with everything that we had bought, I was like ready to break down and cry. I was like frozen. The bags had gotten unbelievably heavy. My hands were hurting because they were cold and getting cut into by the bags. And like I was worried about some of the stuff that we had purchased. Sitting on the bus with all of the stuff was incredibly awkward because there's like nowhere to put it and everyone's like looking at you, you know. And God, what a bad memory for something that should just be so normal. You know, like it's wild that something that should be totally normal is like unimaginable. The Tale of Valen the Wizard Part 5. Come one, come all, come see my magic. If you have but a moment to spare, come see what I can do, cried Valen in a strong voice. The people of the village gathered round to see what the fuss was all about. My friends, though you look upon me with doubt, I can make you believe. With that, Valen took up his magic staff. So these must be progressive. Like, there's no way that this one is always part 5, and if you've missed all the previous ones, it's still just part 5. I think it's programmed such that it's the next part in X story that the player has not seen yet. And maybe you have to find every single one in order to get the full story, and maybe there's like a reward for completing the story beyond just getting to see how the story ends. Kind of an interesting idea. I like it. A little bit nerve-wracking if, you know, you're trying to 100% the game and there's something locked behind it and you're afraid of missing one, but... Biking was a bit better. You had a basket, but it was still rough. You hung bags 2 over each handlebar. Luckily they didn't break. Yeah, and that's super hard to imagine too. Like, that's a lot of extra effort and work and extremely weather dependent. You know? Like if it's snowing or raining or cold or really windy or super hot, those are all going to make that incredibly difficult. Whereas if you have a car, those are all the same. Except for maybe snow, depending on how serious the snow is. Like, it's just a trip to the grocery store, you know. Car can do all those things, no problem. Okay, I got turned around a little bit for a second there. We're over here. Yeah, I didn't even have a bike. I got my bike right before I graduated college, and I got my car shortly after. So I never really used my bike as like a commuter vehicle. My bike has pretty much always, my whole life, been like a recreational thing only. Which again, is a privilege. I want to see what this engine that I just got was. What is that? It's not an accessory. It's not a valuable. It's not a scroll. It's not an enhancement. Here we go. Broken Eternal Engine. Slightly decreases movement speed. Why would I want to use that? Why would I want to decrease my movement speed? We already know that invisibility and stealth are a thing to avoid overworld encounters. Oh, there's someone here. Very unexpected. So maybe someone couldn't migrate or chose not to? We'll talk to them in a second. But yeah, I can't fathom why I would want to decrease my movement speed. Little cough there, huh, peddler? Are you feeling sick or something? No, I feel real good. Real good. Because tasty morsels like you strayed right into me. Oh, God. It's a boss. Okay. Well, we did save a bit ago. But we would have to get a bunch of collectibles. Okay, so you've summoned some very standard enemies. And now you're casting magic on me? That's pretty strong. But everybody's in the front row, so this is pretty manageable. I'm gonna try to hit sweet spot here. Little shy. I'm gonna do water instead of earth because the main guy is floating. Oh yeah, we have window now. Window, that's how you say window if you're from the south. I saw him through the window. That's not a, that's real, by the way. Alright, we got sweet spot there. Another mow down. Oh, that was way too far. Okay. Nice counterattack. This organ solo is really good. We'll do a chip shot on the Mad Eye. Oh. Okay, I should probably use Shine on him then, since he's a ghost. I guess technically it would work on all these enemies because they're undead. Oh, he doesn't take damage from magic either. Now he's using Watera on me. The bags bouncing into your wheel was not what you wanted? Oh god, yeah, that sounds awful. I need some kind of, like, dispel. He's just raising his defense. We could try poisoning him, actually. That might be kind of fun. Oh, he's bringing more dudes in. Great. His defense is at 95. Holy crap. Well, obviously we can't just ignore these skeletons. We gotta deal with them. Alright, we gotta go for Shine here. Even if it doesn't do very much, it's bound to do more than 10. Poison would be huge if we could nail this. Guard. Now, I wonder if he's guarded against it because he's immune to it? Like maybe undead enemies can't be poisoned or something? Or bosses can't be poisoned? Or maybe he's guarded against it because he was actually using the guard command. Please do a lot. Miss? Oh no. Okay, so we're in a situation now where, like, resources drain could be a huge problem. Because presumably this guy can just continue to summon enemies over and over and over. I'm going to try poison one more time. But if we can't do like a significant amount of damage to him and we're just hitting with chip shot after chip shot after chip shot while dealing with these other enemies, we could seriously be put into a situation where we like run out of heals and whatnot. So. Oh, we got a critical on him, 170 damage. That's huge. Oh, he's using Grounda. This is scary. This might be really powerful. Yeah, that's really good against the front row. We're definitely going to do Zephyr here. Oh, we have Gila now. Nice. Okay. We're still going to do Zephyr, though. Power it up a little bit. Morrow, just attack. Maybe we'll get lucky and he'll crit. Nice. Oh, okay. 200 damage. Oh, this is called Final Summons. Okay. So maybe this is the last wave that he can summon. Okay, his defense is back up super high. We're gonna go back to water again. Because it's working well against the skeletons. Quake might be a little bit better, but whatever. Dang it. That accelerates so quickly. We'll just tap this. So we can get 2 in a row. Okay, let's try Shine again. Maybe we'll get lucky. Miss. Darn. Alright, he's going single target fire again. That's better than AoE. Okay, another water. Base power. Alright, captains are gone. I'm doing front row or back row? Front row, okay? Not a problem. Extremely minimal damage. I'm going to charge this all the way up. This one too. These will probably take him out. We'll try Shine one more time just for the heck of it. Since we don't need to heal anyone. Can't hit him. I guess we could try Flare for the heck of it too. He should take additional damage from fire because he's a ghost. Unless there's a differentiation between undead and ghosts. He's still defending, so... Alright, hopefully his defense goes back down now that he's using an attack. So he should be pummeled and walloped here. Yeah, okay, good. We got him. Well, that was very unexpected to just encounter a boss there. But kind of fun. We got to rock out. And I'm assuming he's guarding something. In this house. There's probably some good stuff to find in here. Oh, it's an inn. Weird that he was disguised as a sick peddler. Not sure how he landed on that choice. Also, no explanation as to how the ghost was able to just change its form. Someone help me! Oh, there's a man in here. He's on the floor. I'll be right with you, sir. I'm going to examine your entire establishment. Now, see, this is a more reasonable succulent here. Just a little countertop cactus. I think we can all get behind that. This is a pretty nice little spot. A lot of indoor cactus around here. Another memo board. Nothing notable has been written on any of the memo boards. Nobody has anything cool to write. So much loot! Hi, Mozzie. Thank you for attempting to Shrek the chat. I don't know which bot didn't like it, but one of the bots didn't like it. But I liked it. I don't know if I can do anything. It doesn't even give me the option to, like, let it through. I don't think anything happened to Mozzie, though. I think Mozzie's okay. Mozzie, are you okay? Oh, no. Sari banned Mozzie. Okay, I gotta unban Mozzie. Welcome back, Mozzie. Sorry about that. Sari thought you were trying to do something evil. You're okay. I didn't know that it was going to do that. That was completely automated. Your first car was a hand-me-down. Your dad said he expected you to try to get something cooler quickly, but you kept it for 9 years until it fell apart. Yeah, I feel like that's what most people do with their cars, is drive them into the ground. Your dad gave you his old car, but once this one goes, you probably can't afford a new one. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with my car. Like, my car is essentially totaled. Like, it drives. So it's not totaled in that sense, but it's totaled in the sense that, like, putting any more money into it would not be a good idea. So basically, if anything causes it to not be drivable, it's done. And I don't drive regularly anymore now that I'm at home all the time. And the lady also doesn't drive regularly now because she's working from home. And her car is in much better shape than mine. So my car is already kind of like the backup car. It says, business never gets boring. Wow, that was the notable thing for it to share. I'm sorry that you were scared, Mozzie. I guess we'll know for next time. I don't know how I can whitelist Shrek. But I guess all in all, it might be better for me to just allow Sari to look out for big walls of ASCII. Hey, Shu, you guys, help me! Alright, I can untie you now that I've examined everything in your establishment. I'm saved, thanks to you. That monster had me locked up. He imprisoned me and was attacking anyone who visited the village. Now he's gone, thanks to you. Thanks a million. I couldn't help but notice that you waited a long time to save me, though. It's not much of a thank you, but take this. Oh, nice. Ordeal earring. Can I sleep here? I'll do my best to keep business going by myself until the others return. Do you want to shop, or will you take a rest? Oh, he sells everything. Okay, nice. Yeah, what do you got for spells, my dude? Anything we don't have? Deflect. Heal up. Increase HP recovery power. That doesn't really seem useful, but I just want all the spells, so I'm going to buy it. And then let's see what you got for consumables. I definitely need to restock some consumables. Okay, yeah, we can buy magical medicine. It's just expensive. Phoenix Talon, we've got a lot. Oh, I need to run an ad. The last ad break of the day, in fact. Alright, we'll buy some magical medicine there. We have some stuff that we could sell, but until we're desperate for money, I'm not gonna worry about it. Transmission computer died. You had to replace it for 2K? See, that's like... That's where you're really in a rock and a hard place. It's like 2K is less than a new car, but it's a significant amount towards a new car. So you have to, like, figure all that, like... Because anything over $1,000 really hurts to put into a car. Because it's like, is this really worth it? Especially if it's not a new car. Or newer car. If it's a new car, you shouldn't be putting any money into it at all. But that happens sometimes too. He helped you cover half because he felt bad? Yeah, that's a good dad. You've been a caregiver for your grandmother for 7 years, so you rarely drive either. Probably only 2 days a week. Bless you for being a caregiver for your grandmother. Not a lot of people can do that. You do not realize how far you were into this game, because I've been going for a while and you're definitely farther. I'm a very slow player, though, Halo Killer. I mean, I guess you're kind of a completionist as well, so maybe you're a slow player of this game as well, but I'm yapping and taking breaks and all kinds of stuff. So I like how he says welcome to me after we've already had like 4 conversations. Oh, gotta switch to innkeeper mode. Welcome! Making you realize how much wasted experience you had? Oh, you were taking like a bunch of extra battles, or 1,200 in labor alone. Yeah, that's, man, that everything mechanics do feels like robbery. You were not switching classes as much as I did. Okay. Sure. Well, it doesn't seem like there's a wrong way. Okay, I gotta run this ad before it gets any later. This will be the last ad break of the day. In case you can't stick around for the last hour of stream, I want to remind you that we're going to close the Tuesday poll. If you haven't voted, or you want to change your vote, or anything like that, you've got about 45 minutes to do so in the Discord. And also, hope you can join us on Sunday for a point-and-click stream with the lady. Thank you for meeting the sub goal. We're well on our way to meeting another one. There's the totals on your screen if you want an update. We'll have another point-and-click stream really soon, probably. So thank you for the support. See you in about 3 minutes. This will be the last ad break of the day. Thanks for being here.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go!
Welcome punch! Show me your moves. Show me your moves. Falcon kick. Show me your moves. Falcon kick. Falcon kick. Falcon punch.
Time up! This game's winner is Captain Falcon!
All right, welcome back. Captain Falcon takes round 2. And this one was not close. So, I don't know what happened in round 1. But it did not happen again. 2-0 for Captain Falcon. Biggest surprise so far is that round 1 went to sudden death. Alright, let's get back to Blue Dragon for another hour. We're still here in Talta. There's a lot to look at. Well, mostly just a lot to examine. But we've been getting some good little bits of lore, and such. It's cool how this is like a small town, but it's actually a really big area to explore. There's something compelling about that. You examine the barn. Oh, you hit a point where you felt too weak. Interesting. You weren't getting the bonuses from the other classes. Interesting. Okay, so like, because you were kind of like funneled, you were less versatile, I guess. Interesting. So here's the first area where we were playable. So we've actually examined a lot of this stuff already, but I didn't know how specific it was. So there's probably a lot of things that we didn't examine. We also still had the little soundbite turned on. So I think every time you examine one of those things, it's like, item, item. Which is wild. And there's a chest over here that we just completely missed. We also didn't get to finish exploring this little zone because we hit a cutscene trigger. Which is why we didn't get this. Although, an item of that level may not have been here at the beginning. Because that's like current tier equipment. So that would have been kind of wild to just start the game with an ordeal ring. But maybe. By the way, let's look at our accessories here. You saw the previous poll and it's funny that Blue Dragon wasn't the dragon emoji. Yeah. I've used the dragon emoji for a lot of other games on polls. So it just felt kind of weird to use it for Blue Dragon. So I used the karate gi. Because I thought that kind of resembled Shu's design a little bit. That was my clever thought. Okay, so we lose 10 HP, but we gain magic attack and MP. So Shu is probably not the best candidate for this. I don't want to take HP away from Kluk, but she's got something else on. So this would be MP in exchange for magic defense. Probably not worth it. How about Jiro? No? And then Maro is already wearing this ring. 84 magic attack at the cost of 5 MP. This is probably worth it for Jiro. I have to assume that his healing potency is based off of his magic attack stat as well. So I'm forcing myself to believe that this is going to make my healing spells better. We also picked up an ordeal earring. Do we want to give that to anyone? 5 magic defense for 5 agility. Definitely not worth it. And then Shu is already wearing it. Okay. We're back up to 58 medals already. That's pretty awesome. I bet you we have more than we had the first time. By the time we see Toripo again. These designs are so pretty. I love the art for these accessories. This wind bracelet is probably the one to go with for Shu. We need something for him here. We've got wind and we've got ordeal. So let's see. Agility and attack at the cost of magic defense. Or MP and 10 more attack. This is a tough one. The MP doesn't really matter. So it's really, would I rather have 15 attack points and 5 agility, or 25 attack points. Probably 25 attack points. And I'll just try to get speed elsewhere. And while he doesn't use MP very much right now, he probably will at some point. I wonder if there's set bonuses. We haven't tried that. There could be a hidden mechanic where there are set bonuses. Like if we had, like, you know, Shu's wearing Ordeal Bracelet and Ordeal Earring, but he's not wearing the Ordeal Ring or the Ordeal Necklace. But we have all of those pieces. We just don't have them all on one character as a set. Oh yeah, and this one also can add poison. So now we have immunity to poison as Shu, and we can poison enemies. So really, it makes sense to spread these out, because you want the poison effect spread out. So Kluk doesn't have immunity to poison. Oh, this wind bracelet is good. That's right, we need to give this to somebody, probably. Probably not her, though. She's already the fastest character, which is good. I love when my healer is the fastest character. Jiro is really slow, though. Or what am I saying? Kluk is not the healer. She's the black mage. Jiro is my healer, and he is the slowest character, so that's a problem. I could make him faster at the cost of 10 HP. He needs a major shot in the arm when it comes to agility. Holy crap. Alright, I'm going to leave everything alone for now. Let's continue exploring. We're almost done exploring this town. There's a lot to look at. Okay, so I'm going to go hit this save point again. And then I'm going to walk towards... Whoa, how did you spawn up there? That doesn't seem right. I'm going to walk towards where the land shark took us. When was this save? Oh, I didn't write this one down. So, here, let's retroactively write this one down. So, save slot 5 is arriving in Talta. And then, now we're going to save in slot 1. Because this is after we've explored and examined everything and fought the boss. So post-boss plus explore Talta. Alright, I have a feeling walking towards this loading zone is just going to kick me out to the overworld, but we'll see. Yo, how's it going, Dreambound? Thank you for lurking. Yeah, I'm doing great. Happy it's Friday. Feeling good. Having a good day. It's been a fun stream today. Hope you're doing well also. I thought of you watching that rally car speedrun on GDQ earlier in the week. Don't know if you got a chance to see that. Okay, I was right. It just popped us out on the overworld. Okay, so what we're going to do now, we're supposed to go to the Valley of Murals. But what we're going to do first is check out the ancient ruins. So I'm just going to make a note for myself here since it's close to the end of the stream and we probably won't make it all the way through this before we're done. Explore ancient ruins before heading to Valley of Murals. Yeah, I don't know if y'all been watching GDQ this week. I've been watching it on and off. when I can. And I usually don't get to catch a lot of stuff live. It's kind of just how it goes. But one of the things that I did get to see live that was really cool was a rally car racing sim. Which apparently... Oh, this is Gull. This is where we came from. Which apparently has never happened before at a GDQ. I don't know. They had like a whole block of racing games, but this was the only one where it was like an actual racing sim. And I'm not an expert on this kind of stuff, so I don't really know, but it certainly looked like the most realistic racing sim that I've ever seen, and based on how they were like describing everything, they had built a homemade setup for the speedrunner to use. So, you know, they had steering wheel and pedals and everything, but he was also wearing haptics. And apparently this is like a older rally racing game that apparently was just like really, really thoughtfully designed. Oh, we might not be able to get in here. The landscape around here isn't what it used to be. It's all because of that land shark, that bastard Nene. Hey, smell something funny? Huh? Maybe. Something does smell. I wonder what it is. Okay, am I going to be able to get in here or not? You examine the machinery. Metals. It looks like some sort of switch, but it's broken and won't work. So maybe that's what opens this thing? Okay, so this is definitely the same zone where we started the game. We were on the other side of this barrier earlier in the game. So I guess we can't get back in there until we learn whatever it is can open these blue barriers. So we can't go in here yet. So I wonder if the thing that smells is just the poo snakes. You'd think that would be familiar to them, though. Anyways, this racing sim setup was super cool. They had built this wooden chassis to hold all the equipment. And the runner did not talk at all during the speedrun. It was that concentration intensive. Where they were just driving the entire time. And I don't know anything about rally car driving, so everything that I now know about rally car driving I learned from watching this speedrun. Apparently rally car drivers have a co-driver that gives them notes while they drive, and they're very like shorthand lingo driven, so it sounds kind of like gibberish almost to a layperson. It's just like a bunch of short words and numbers, basically. I couldn't make heads or tails of it. And one of the people that was couching for the speedrun was actually a professional rally car co-driver. So, like, not a video gamer first. The cliff must have collapsed. Doesn't look like we can go this way. It's the long way anyway. Oh, so this must be the coast road. Let's go through the Valley of Murals. I guess that's what we would find if we hadn't got the cutscene in Talta, because it's probably missable. Okay, sure, Mountain Crab. What? That was quite the lunge. So yeah, this person was driving on like 1-to-1 scale race courses that are made after real rally race courses, and they had the real like driver notes recorded and voiced that you can hear playing the entire time that the driver is driving, and that's what he's listening to tell him like what to do next, because there's no like HUD or like map or anything, you know, it's 100% realistic. And he was playing it in VR, so he could actually see all around him, and there were parts where he would like look around. There was even one part where he spun out and he has to like look around and like get the attention of spectators to help get his car unstuck, which apparently is a thing in rally driving. That was absolutely wild to see. When you're watching, if you go and watch the replay, you as the viewer only get to see like the windshield cam. So you couldn't actually see the spectators during that part, but you can see the runner turn around. Really, really wild stuff. Super, super cool. But it was super intense. And then there, at one point, they actually turned off the in-game voiceover of the rally notes, and the person on the couch, who was the professional co-driver, gave the notes for the course instead of the notes baked into the game. Just because they wanted to like show off what that was like, what the coordination was like. And that in and of itself was really cool. But then at the end, they noted that the driver got a personal best time on that course because he had a human co-driver instead of the pre-recorded notes. And so they were kind of like illustrating the power and the importance of the co-driver, and that was kind of cool to see. And then at the end of the run, the runner like took off the VR headset and like talked to like do his shoutouts or whatever, and he was so winded. He's been sitting down for like 2 hours, but he was so winded from like the adrenaline of the driving and the haptics. It was really cool. I'm not into like cars or anything, but it was really cool to see. Okay, this guy's cornered me again. I'm gonna get the preemptive on him instead. I can't find the Valley of Murals for some reason. Hit him with that water, Kluke. Oh, they're guarded against water. Okay, so we should use Earth even if there's only one row. That's good to know. We haven't run into that scenario yet. Oops, that was a little more than I wanted. I think once we find Valley of Murals, I need to revisit my current class equips, because it's probably time for a shuffle. We haven't touched anything in a while. Oh, he just left. Okay, he just pieced right out of there. Bye, Crabman. It would be really cool to hit level 20 as well, because I have this hope that it's going to be my next class open. Okay, it must be this way. Alright, here it is. This is Valley of Murals. Hopefully there's a save point right inside here, but I guess there doesn't have to be, since I can save on the overworld. So apparently these murals are alive, and they jump out from the wall and try to eat passersby. So we have some really intense lore for this area here. There's also no music, which is very spooky.
Wow, incredible.
Cutscene.
I've heard stories, but these are really something.
And these murals are alive?
What do you mean alive? They're just drawings.
Spooky. It's like Link Between Worlds. Oh, this is a scripted encounter. Okay. That thing is wild looking. It doesn't look like a Toriyama design at all. It looks so, like, out of place and different. But in a way that makes sense. Evil Mural. Not Evil Muriel. Let's scan this guy. Seems like a good enemy to scan. Probably be fighting a couple of these things, so we should know everything we can know. Mural drawn by magic to resist intense rainstorms in the Mural Valley. It is weak to water. Wait, so it was drawn to resist rainstorms, but it's weak to water. That doesn't make sense, but okay. It makes sense that a mural would be weak to water. It doesn't make sense that it would be made to resist, or it doesn't make sense that it would be weak to water if it was specifically made to resist rainstorms. Oh, it dropped a chest. Hey, a treasure chest just appeared. It appeared when we defeated that mural monster. I wonder how it works. Hey, something doesn't feel right here. Let's keep going. Those two sentences don't go together, Kluke. I'm worried about this place. We should press on. That was so silly. I got a bad feeling about this. Let's get going. Oh, look at that thing. Okay, so very like Mesoamerican kind of vibe happening. Sure it does. You draw it out of chalk. It stops the rain from ever coming because it is weak to water. It's like a self-preservation power. That hurt my brain, Lee. But you're so right. Oh, okay, there's the loading zone. I got to examine all my rocks, you know? I actually wouldn't mind if this place had slightly less examinable objects than the last two dungeons. Also, I'm glad that that mural did not respawn. Just a very spiritual looking bird flying around with a pole axe. No big deal. Oh, I can't actually hit him. Get over here. Okay, great. Now you got a back attack on me because I turned around. I gotta stop doing that. Or, it's not a back attack, it's a surprise attack. Back attack is the good one in this game. I keep forgetting. Oh, okay, you're incredibly weak. I like how it's made to look like a guy in a suit rather than an actual creature. Because that fits in with, like, the actual... Like, that fits into how it would have been used in, like, Central American folklore. Because they would have dressed up like a spirit or whatever to perform, like, a ceremonial rite or something. Thank you, Smashy, for you don't understand. Out of context, it's so funny to see him just kick a rock, hurt himself, and then the word nothing pops up on the screen. That's incredibly silly. Now we've got music. Can't get back there to examine those lovely mounds. You examine the rope bridge post. This bridge was built ages ago, but nothing seems wrong with it. Okay. Well, I'm glad nothing's wrong with it, considering I already walked across it. So these guys just be flying around. They kind of look like something from Dark Cloud. Actually, they're very Dark Cloud coded. So we got some machinery stuck in the side of the canyon here. Oh, you did a big computer update that took forever. Oh, Monka. Scary. Ooh, look at all these chests. Holy moly. Hello. Are we going to have a mimic? Level 4 Cure Paralysis. About freaking time. A status heal that we've been looking for. Metals. Look at all these treasures. A Gorgo elixir. What the heck is a Gorgo elixir? Alright, nice. We got them both. Get the preemptive. These guys are super weak. Hit him with a little onesie-twosie. Oh yeah, we need to look at the weapon slow? That's a weird name for a technique. We need to look at our classes. I forgot already. Got distracted by that little cutscene moment at the beginning. Nice counter. Regular attack and we're out of here. Bye-bye. Wave 2. Got the heal. Very nice. Ooh, nice. Got the poison on him. It's not going to matter. He's going to die immediately, but... Oh, that one went really fast. Whoops.
Whoopsie-daisy.
Oh, both poisoned now. You're dead. And you're dead. 200. Woo! That's what happens when you accidentally hold the button too long and overcharge. Yeah, and if I get another rank up at level 20, I'm gonna want to have a game plan when I do hit level 20. So this would be a very good time for me to reassess the class pathing here. Because when you actually hit that screen and you get to choose another class to unlock, you don't get to like look at all your stuff. You gotta just know. Okay, let's take a look. We're gonna dive into the manual for a moment here. Have a manual moment. So Shu is currently a monk. This music is also kind of Dark Cloud. He gets another monk skill at 19. Let's go check in on Swordmaster. Swordmaster. Magic Sword level 4. Okay. What about Guardian? We kind of were thinking about some Guardian stuff for him. He's at level 9. Defense buff. Yeah, nothing super compelling for him there in the immediate. Black and white magic are pretty self-evident. Unless there's like a support skill that's like MP regenerate, MP boost, enhance item effect. Could be interesting. And double item. Those are quite a ways out though. So I think I'll probably switch him to Swordmaster. We'll get a bit of a stat buff. And just a little bit of variation. I guess it's pretty much a wash. Let's see. We haven't been using this meditation at all, so let's see. I could increase my crit, I could increase my HP, or I could allow myself to charge everything. Those are all really good. But we definitely can't get rid of mow down or counter. Those are way too good. I'll probably just go for the max HP boost. Okay, Jiro. Let's look at Jiro. Jiro's been barrier magic for quite some time, probably longer than he should be. Let's see. If he gets one more level, he'll have level 4 magic. So maybe we can keep him there until he hits that. But let's take a peek at White Mage. White Mage, he would regenerate while walking at his next milestone, which is pretty cool. And then Generalist, he'll get skill plus 4, which is awesome, but he already has enough skill slots to equip every skill that he has. So he doesn't really need another one. And then after that, he would get a second special accessory slot, but we don't even know what the first one is for yet. So, yeah. So let's see, how much SP before he hits level 18? 29. That's quite a lot. Well, I guess it's really not. We'll leave him Barrier Mage until he hits 18, and then we'll swap him back over to White. Which is great. He's going to lose all those stats, but we'll have our full arsenal of white magic again, which is good. We need to stay up to date on that. So that's our plan for Jiro. How about Kluk? Kluk is 18 Assassin. Makes preemptive strikes easier. Interesting. Okay. We would get Mug. Long range. Yeah, we might keep keep Kluk on Assassin for a long time. Like, all the upcoming abilities for Assassin are really good. Really, really good. But we definitely don't want to leave black magic behind because we need it. So let's take a look at that. She's at 16. She'd get an MP boost at 20 and then level 4 spells at 24. Which we do definitely want at some point. I don't know how to decide this one, though. I don't know how to decide when to switch her to one versus the other. I guess we can just base it off of when we have the level 4 scrolls and when we want to start using them. Because the level 4 scrolls are all upgraded versions of the level 2 spells. Just like the level 3 scrolls are upgraded versions of level 1. So, it's very straightforward. The odd levels are all the same spells, just level 1, 2, and 3, and then the same for 2, 4, and 6, just with a different set of 3 spells. Very straightforward. I guess I'll take a look at what scrolls we've got, because we just picked up a few. But I'll probably just leave her as Assassin. And then Morrow. What's going on with you, Morrow? You're currently a monk. Rank 17. Coming up on an attack boost. Sure. Otherwise, Guardian. Charging our defense command doesn't seem that valuable. And then he dabbled in Swordmaster just so that he could get Mo down. But the only real reason to put him back into Swordmaster would just to be to go all the way up to Mo down 2. I don't really care about any of the other stuff. So, Guardian or Monk is probably the continued trajectory for Morrow, unless Generalist opens up. I think Monk is going to be more immediately useful. But they're both kind of negligible. What are we looking at for stat change here? Pretty much what I would expect. That agility drop for Guardian is pretty scary. Not good. HP drop is pretty bad too. Yeah, I think we'll probably stick with Monk for Morrow. The charge has been very useful. The way that it slows down the meter as well is really awesome. Let me see if it says anything about how many jobs each character can get. It doesn't say. Okay. I have to assume, based on how this is all worded, that eventually every character will be able to use every class. I feel like if there was a limit, the game would tell you, or the manual would explicitly, like, warn you. Like, choose wisely. You know, that wasn't included in any of the tutorials, so I feel like that inherently applies that eventually everybody will have everything. It just says, initially a character will have access to only a limited number of classes, but each time he or she goes up a certain number of levels, a new class unlocks, thereby increasing the number of classes available. So, pretty vague. Inherent versus added. Yeah, okay, this is all pretty straightforward. Klug Mabuki. Okay, so let's see. Morrow's staying Monk. Kluk is staying Assassin until we want level 4 magic. Jiro is going to 18 with barrier and then switching back to white mage. And Shu is staying swordmaster. Let's look at those scrolls that we just got. So we just got Heala recently. We just got Cure Paralysis. That's also a level 4. So we won't be able to use this until we switch Jiro back to white. And then also getting Shina back, which we've had for a while. And then we also got these level 3 black spells that I can't... I don't think I... Well, actually, no, I think I do have level 3 black equipped. So I should actually be able to use those with Kluk, even though she's still assassin. I'll double check that. We just bought Deflect. That's a weird name for that skill. We can reduce the enemy's crit rate. That doesn't seem very high value. Heal Up is also a weird one. I don't know if this means that you use this on the healer and then their potency goes up, or you use this on a random character and they get a more efficient heal when being targeted by a healing spell. It could go either way. Ward against poison and sleep seems really good, though. Especially if there's a way to, like, charge this and make it an AoE. Because those are the 2 worst status effects so far. And that's all we got right now. Okay. Let me check my skills. Yes, Black Magic level 3. Okay. We haven't been using this support magic very much, so I'm just going to take a peek here. Agility will be the same as your assassin class. Okay, this is pointless for me to use until I switch away to something else. That's why her speed is so high right now, is because she's an assassin. So we can maybe think about giving her that when we make her back into a black mage, because she won't need Black Magic level 3 anymore. That sort of thing. And the passive security skill is really not that big of a deal. Because it only prevents items from being stolen from her specifically. The other 3 characters can be stolen from. So, I don't know. I don't see it as very high value. Okay, so we've got like a canyon here that has a path on both sides. And it looks like, for my taste, I'm basically going to have to go down both sides the whole way. Because there's examinable things. I kind of feel compelled to fight all of the wall murals because I feel like something might happen if I clear them out. Let's see if Winda is good against flying enemies. I think probably so. That was quite a bit of damage. Winda is fun to say, by the way.
I seen him there through the window.
Two murals right next to each other. Can I get the drop on y'all? Ooh, nice. These things are spooky looking, but they're very cool. Boom, 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 boom. They're not very strong, so... not very worried about it. They're weak against water, so I guess I should just try it. See if it's like an insta-kill. It's not an insta-kill, but it's good. So I feel like Vitality is the best thing to roll in a multi-wave battle, just because it gives you a free heal. It heals MP also, which is pretty awesome. So yeah, these things have like 200, 250 HP, something like that. I guess it's probably more like 300 or 400, based on that math. Oh, okay, yep. Right. Look, another treasure chest just appeared. Maybe a treasure chest appears when we defeat a mural monster. Then we should go finish them all off. No, shoo, we don't have time. We have to keep going. Oh, yeah. All right. No, we're gonna beat them all up. I'm gonna ignore as many of these other bird guys as I can, though. A flawless sapphire. Also, I saw I have not even a Kluk. Smashy. I forgot to say something about it. But I did see it. I did not need to charge that water spell that far, but oh well. Maybe it'll do like 400. Oh, we won't get to find out because he died to a counterattack. Heck yeah. You were dropping gold in the chat. I love that you put yourself on a pedestal like that. Oh, didn't see you there. Pardon me. At least they're weak. We haven't seen like a really like formidable, threatening, annoying random encounter since really early on, so that's kind of been nice. It's fun to imagine how like breakable you could make this game. Like there probably is like a super empirically ideal build that you could do where it's like, okay, you learn all these specific passive skills and equip them, and then you put the character into this specific class so that they have this specific passive skill for free and stat spread, and then you know, set their you know, it's kind of like it's one of those situations where like the characters lose their uniqueness that a lot of people complain about in certain RPGs. Like, you know, FF6 if you master all the espers, or FF10 if you max out everybody's sphere grid, or FF8 when you have all the best magic draws or whatever, that kind of thing. But this game, it seems like there's probably like some very easily calculatable combinations where it's not like it's not as like debatable what the best combinations are, because there's just a much more shallow pool of abilities, which I like, for the record. Alright, they're in a row, so we can hit both of them with water. Just a little bit of a boost there. Another Mo, and that should do it. Huzzah. I was hoping I'd find a save point in here, but I'm going to have to backtrack to the entrance to save. Little inconvenient. But this dungeon is a lot more navigable than the previous ones, because of how linear it is, so that's nice. Oh, we got a back row for the first time. See if I can use wind on the guy in the back row. Let's see if I can wind. Yep, I can see him through the window. And mow the front row. More like row down, am I right? Got him. Frickin' got him, dude. Oh, only one of them died. All right, Jiro, you can have the last blow here. Congratulations. All right, there is rank 18 for Jiro. So we're going to swap him back over to White Mage. And let's see, magic defense or double item. Probably double item, although we could take away accessory +1 because we can't utilize it right now. So we can have both. And we'll give him back accessory +1 when it becomes relevant again. I guess we would have to have that equipped to know. Possibly. Trying to look ahead here and see if I can find a save point, but I don't see one. Should be pretty safe to backtrack, though. I think I only skipped one Birdman Attorney at Law, so... My strat is going to be to stick to one side of the canyon for as long as possible. Should be pretty easy to explore the whole thing. We may not be very far from like a midpoint save point in the dungeon, but without knowing, I'm just going to go ahead and backtrack to the front door and save on the overworld. Okay, so here's a point where we're forced to cross over. So we know we haven't gone beyond this point on this side. But it's also the beginning of... It's the first point where there's two different paths. So that's easy to remember. Oh snap! Oh snap, Mr. Boys! Mr. Log Boys! Please, Mr. Log Boys was my father. Alright, we're gonna save... because this is where we're going to call it for today. This is going to be save slot number 2. And we'll call this Overworld Mid Mural Valley Explore. And my note for next week will be continue exploring Mural Valley. Mural Valley sounds way better than Valley of Murals. Just saying. Pay me, Mistwalker. Continue exploring Mural Valley. 2 sides. Defeat all murals for chests. Murals in orange marker, not red. Okay. And then we'll highlight that green, because that's what we do with to-dos for next week. Alright, folks, thank you for being with me today. I'll be back on Sunday with the lady. Please join us for some cozy point-and-clicks time and some chatting. Oh, is the note command not working? Or did you use it to kick it out? Either way. Oh, it worked the second time. Thank you for being here, Broken Quest. Appreciate it. Thank you all for being here. We had a lot of fun chats today. We had a lot of nice folks come through. Some people I hadn't seen in a while. That was really nice. I'm going to shout out the Raiders again. Follow all 3 of those streamers. They're all very, very cool and very, very different from each other. And all worthy of your attention. Jean is super cool. She doesn't stream very often, so try to catch one when you can, because you will be delighted and not disappointed. Lee is great, longtime Twitch friend. And Necro does a lot of cool RPG stuff like here, so similar game choices and vibes. I haven't got to hang out in a lot of Necro's streams, so I don't have his vibe pinned down to the degree that I do with someone like Letopus or Jean. I need to check out more Necro streams myself, and you should too. Oh, wow, we're back at 74 medals? No, that was our original total before we spent any. We haven't saved yet. I got to save right here in slot 2. What are we up to, though? Let's see. 66. Okay, we're almost... You did notes to reveal and remove. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Smashy. Thank you. Glad it's working as it's supposed to. Yeah, we'll be back on Sunday for some cozy point-and-click time. That's 12 to 4 U.S. Central Time, not my weekday stream time that we're in right now. We're going to close out the poll for the new Tuesday game, which, barring any wildly unexpected action, I think I already know the result. Let's open it up here. Yes. Thank you, everyone that participated. We had a lot of participation in this poll. I really appreciate that. On Tuesday, we're going to be starting The Plucky Squire for Nintendo Switch. I will be playing on Switch 2 for whatever benefits that it may impart, mostly just convenience. I'm very excited. I've wanted to play this game since I became aware of it. It came out in 2023. I don't think I was aware of it in 2023. I think I had to wait a while for there to be a physical edition of it. Something like that. Which I jumped on as quickly as I could. And I'm excited to finally play it. I don't think it's going to take very long. It's probably only going to be like a 2 or 3 stream game. I think it's just like a cute little whimsical joint. So please come and join us. If you're not super excited for the game, I guess you can take solace in the fact that you'll be able to pick something new probably pretty quick. There's also a very high likelihood that I will just migrate Batman and Pokemon Card GB2 to the next poll. So prepare yourself for that possibility. The number of potential Tuesday games is dwindling, and I'm going to try to focus on games that I just really want to play and less on variety for y'all's sake and a theme for the poll or different consoles or genres or whatever. I'm just going to focus on stuff that I want to play because there's just not that much left in the Tuesday pool. Say that 5 times fast. So you may get another chance for Batman and Pokemon Card GB2 again on the next poll up against some other third option. I'll have to take a look at it and see what I think. And, you know, we'll see where the brainworms have me after we finish Plucky Squire. Maybe that'll change my mood and make me want something else. Otherwise, we'll be back same time next week, Thursday and Friday, for more Blue Dragon. This game's not going anywhere anytime soon. Strap in for a long ride. And we're close to meeting another sub-goal. Once again, there's an update for you on the screen with the bars. You can see those anytime if you type !goals, in case you're ever curious. I do have a Ko-fi if you want to support me directly. That would be the highest margin of support if you wanted to. There's all kinds of commissions and stuff in there to incentivize you and reward you for your direct support, one of which is a way to directly force me to play a specific game, which has happened many times before, but not in a while. So if there's a specific game in my collection that you haven't seen on any polls and you don't hear me talking about it and you wish it was on my radar, there is a path to forcing me to play it. It's just a little bit of an expensive path, but to make you aware of it, there it is. For many less dollars, you can make me make your favorite meme or little video clip into a Channel Point Redemption alert, which we have done a few times. Those have been added to the arsenal. There's plenty room for a couple of more if you have something in mind that you think would fit the vibe of the channel. Obviously, I reserve veto power if it's inappropriate or I just don't jive with it, you know, and I can refund you or you can pick something else. What else do we want to plug right at the end here? That's about it. I'm going to do Pokemon Black and White Challenge Run wrap-up stuff in probably 2 weeks. So I'm not going to do it on New Game Day on Tuesday, but probably the following Tuesday before Plucky Squire, we'll fight the 2 super bosses in Pokemon Black. I'll send out another announcement before that's going to happen. I need a little bit more time to grind, and I don't want to do it on New Game Day. Charity Week is returning in February. We're going to be doing Heart Week again. It is February 15th through 22nd. Mark your calendars. My plan is to do a similar format to last year, but all different games. So there's going to be all kinds of like milestones and incentives and goals to donate towards raising money for American Heart Association. Some of the goals are going to be across the whole week. Some of the goals are going to be limited to specific games on specific days. I haven't finalized the game list yet, but I know it's going to be all different from last year. But it'll be a similar format where I'll stream Monday through Thursday, and if we hit a certain milestone before end of stream Thursday, there will be an additional stream on Friday. There will also be some other milestones and tons of goals and things that you can buy out, like, you know, names of things for files or characters or whatever, similar to how we structured it last year. The biggest difference will be that all the games are different, and then the other difference will be that all of the streams are going to be a fixed length. I bit off a lot and managed to chew it all last year, but some of the streams were really, really long because I was committed to finishing a specific video game, doing like a speed run or something, and it took me like 8 or 10 or more hours. This time around, I'm going to be a little bit more judicious, and all the streams are going to be a fixed length. So that's also going to influence the game choice, because I can't necessarily commit to beating a whole game unless I really, really know that I can do it in 5 hours. All the streams are going to be 5 hours. They're all going to be my normal stream time, 3 to 8, but, you know, 4, hopefully 5 days of the week. That's the current plan. So that's going to be really, really fun. You can look forward to that. I'm starting to get very excited for it and commit some brain power to putting the finer details together. We need to find someone to raid so I can get out of here. The lady is anxiously awaiting me to join for TV time and dinner time. So I need to find a cozy raid that I can raid and run. I'm making a goal in 2026 to raid more people cold and meet some more new people and make some new Twitch friends. But I don't like doing that when I have to run away right away. So let's see who is on here. I don't know. This is a tough call. There are 3 really cool people that I would like to raid. Let me stick my earbud in really quick and listen into this stream. This person has been live for a while, and I don't want to pressure them into streaming longer than they're planning to if they're planning to end soon. Alright. We're going to do it for the memes. We're going to raid Chulk. Chulk has graciously raided here a few times. And he shouldn't ever be on late enough for me to raid him because he's in Ireland and it's like the middle of the night over there right now. So we're going to take the opportunity to raid him because I don't know when we'll get another one. Let's engage the raid music. Chulk is playing Earthbound for the first time. He's been live for like 7 hours. He was just talking about how tired he is. So he's probably planning to end fairly soon. But he'll probably raid into somewhere cool as well, because we're rolling in a lot of the similar circles. He's in Club CRT with me, which is how I got to know him, as well as through Jackie, who's also in Club CRT. We interacted a lot during the raid train back in December. But Earthbound's a favorite game of mine, and Chulk's a funny, silly guy. He's got a great vibe. So let's go say hi to him. Hit him with your sleepy time emotes. If you've got some cute sleep emotes, if you have the Backlog Boys sleep Machu emote, hit him with that one. And hopefully I'll see y'all on Sunday. If not, we'll see you on Tuesday for New Game Day with Plucky Squire, or more Blue Dragon on Thursday, Friday. Y'all be good. Take care.